Hello, friends. Welcome to Shadow Whisperer. All you see is darkness, just the sound of rain, designed to help you relax, focus on the story, and drift into sleep. But before you do, remember to like the video and subscribe to the channel. And yes, feel free to share where you're listening from in the comments. Now let's begin. I was 11 years old, just a kid really, when our family packed up everything and moved to a place called Hampridge. My big brother Liam was 13. He was only 2 years older than me, but sometimes, man, he felt like he had 10 more years of wisdom packed into his brain. Liam was that kind of brother, you know? One minute he'd be driving me nuts. The next he'd be making me laugh so hard milk came out my nose. He was my protector, and he was just big. Bigger than life, my mom used to say. Our dad, Jonas Garcia, well, he was a hydroelectric engineer. That's a fancy way of saying he worked with water and power. His job meant we moved. A lot. We saw more dams and rivers than most kids see parks. Our dining tables always seemed to be covered in giant maps with squiggly lines and notes about turbines. My mom, Elvia, she was the magic one. No matter how new or strange a house felt, with walls that smelled like people we didn't know, she'd unpack her boxes, hum her songs, and somehow, it would start to feel like home. But Hampridge was different right from the get-go. I remember that first drive in. The fog, it was like a living thing, curling down the sides of the mountains. It looked like giant slow-motion fingers trying to hide parts of the town, like it had secrets it didn't want anyone to see. This place was tucked way up high in what they called the Appalachian Spine. There were no airports buzzing with planes, no big highways roaring with trucks, just these twisty, winding roads that looked like they got swallowed up by the trees if you stared too long. The town itself wasn't much to look at. Maybe a few hundred people lived there, if you counted everyone. There was one little market complex where you could buy your groceries, and maybe a new pair of socks if you were lucky. One church, old and gray, with a pointy steeple. One tiny hospital that looked like it might blow over in a strong wind. And the school, our new school, honest to goodness, it looked like it used to be a barn. I wasn't even kidding. Everything, and I mean everything, in Hampridge seemed to spin around the hydro project. It was this huge, hulking concrete dam. During the day you could hear it from almost anywhere in town, this constant, powerful roar of water rushing through. But when the sun went down, it got quiet. Too quiet. It was the kind of silence that presses in on you, makes your ears ring a little. Dad said it was one of the oldest dams in the whole region. He'd get this shine in his eyes talking about it, saying it was built decades ago, right over some ancient riverbed. A real marvel of engineering, he'd call it. To me, though, looking up at it from the town, it didn't look like any marvel. It looked like a giant gray scar someone had stitched into the green skin of the mountain. And it watched us. I always felt like it was watching. Before all the weird stuff started, life in Hampridge was, well, it was actually kind of beautiful for a little while. Liam, he made sure of that. He was a goofball, always trying to get a rise out of me. He'd hide behind doors with a rubber spider that looked way too real, or that one time he swapped my toothpaste with mayonnaise. I nearly threw up, but then he was laughing so hard, I couldn't help but laugh too. But he was also the guy who'd sneak me chocolate bars from the market, the good kind with the nuts, even when I hadn't asked. When I was about to cry my eyes out over fractions for math homework, he'd sit down next to me, smelling faintly of pine needles and adventure, and explain it until it clicked. That first week in Hampridge, I was terrified of sleeping in my new room. The shadows looked all wrong, and every creak of the old house sounded like footsteps. Liam, without a word, just dragged his mattress off his bed and plopped it down on the floor next to mine. He looked at me, all serious, and said, "All right, Noah. If the ghosts want you, they'll have to get through me first." And just like that, I wasn't scared anymore. How could I be with Liam there? He wasn't just my brother. He was my best friend, my anchor in all our new towns. I remember this one sunny afternoon, not long after we moved in. He snuck up behind me and taped a piece of paper to my back. I felt him do it, but I pretended I didn't. Later, I found out it said, "Kick me." Real mature, right? But the funny thing was, no one at school even noticed it. Or if they did, they didn't kick me. When I told Liam, he just grinned. Then, a little while later, he handed me this drawing. He was always doodling. This one was of me, but I was a superhero. I had a cape, muscles bigger than Dad's, and this huge, confident smile. He'd even drawn a little N on my chest. I still have that piece of paper. It's folded up small now, tucked away in a box. The lines are faded and the corners are soft, but I can't ever bring myself to throw it away. It's Liam, our parents. They were pretty amazing too, in their own ways. Mom, she had this habit of singing old Spanish lullabies when she was folding laundry or cooking. Her voice was soft, like worn cotton, and it always made the house feel warm. Her hair, it always smelled like lavender. Even when she was tired, and being a mom is tiring work, she'd smile, and her whole face would light up. Dad, he was often lost in his world of blueprints and schematics about turbines and water pressure. But he always made time for us. On clear nights, he'd take me and Liam out, away from the few streetlights in Hampridge. We'd lie on the hood of our old station wagon, still warm from the engine, and he'd point out the constellations. He knew all their names, their stories. Liam and I would just stare up at that huge, dark sky, counting satellites blinking silently overhead, feeling small but also connected. It was a happy time those first few weeks. A really happy beginning to our Hampridge chapter. I wish I could have just hit a pause button right there. Frozen it. Kept us all safe in that little bubble of happiness. But life doesn't come with pause buttons, does it? The first weird thing, the very first sign that something wasn't right in Hampridge, it was the bell. We'd hear it late at night, usually when everything else was dead quiet. It was this distant sound, a kind of metallic ringing, almost like a clang, echoing through the valley. It wasn't super loud, but it was clear, and it made the hairs on my arms stand up. At first, we all just figured it was coming from the old church in town. Made sense, right? Churches have bells. But then Dad mentioned it to Father Delaney, the priest at the church, one Sunday. Father Delaney, he was this really old guy. His skin was kind of papery, and he looked as worn and weathered as the old wooden pews in his church. He just shook his head slowly. He swore, on a stack of Bibles probably, that the church bell was broken. Had been for years. Rusted stiff, he said. Totally unusable. He even looked a little spooked himself when Dad told him we'd been hearing it. So if it wasn't the church bell, what was it? We didn't have an answer. It just became one of those Hampridge mysteries. Then came the humming. This was different from the bell. It wasn't a sudden sound. It was low, almost too low to notice sometimes, like something big and mechanical was running deep down under the earth. Liam, he noticed it first. He had this way of just stopping whatever he was doing, tilting his head to the side like a bird listening for a worm, and he'd whisper, "Do you hear that, Noah? That humming?" I'd strain my ears, trying to catch it, but most of the time, I couldn't. "Hear what?" I'd ask, and he'd just shake his head, a little frown on his face. But then, one night, I was lying in bed, trying to get to sleep, and there it was. Faint, but definitely there. A deep, vibrating hum that seemed to come up through the floorboards, through the soles of my feet if I stood barefoot. It felt like it was coming from the direction of the dam, that big, silent dam that wasn't so silent after all. Liam, he started to get, well, obsessed isn't too strong a word, obsessed with the dam. While other kids our age were playing pickup baseball near the schoolyard or chasing each other through the woods, Liam would wander off by himself. He'd walk the outer perimeter of the dam, this huge curved wall of concrete, just looking at it. There was this one spot he kept going back to. It was an old tunnel, or the entrance to one anyway. It was sealed off with these thick, rusty iron bars, cemented right into the rock. Dad told us about it once. He said it had been closed off for decades. "Nothing but an old maintenance path, son," he'd said, ruffling Liam's hair. "Probably unsafe and flooded down there by now. Best to stay clear." But Liam didn't stay clear. He kept going back. I saw him a few times. He'd just stand there for ages, hands gripping the cold iron bars, staring into the blackness beyond. It was like he was listening to something, or like something in there was calling out to him. It gave me the creeps, just watching him. Then came the night he didn't come home for dinner. Mom started to get worried, her brow all furrowed, pacing between the kitchen and the living room window. Dad organized a little search party with some of the neighbors. It was getting dark, and that Hampridge fog was rolling in thick. We found him, hours later. He was near that tunnel, soaking wet from his hair to his sneakers, shivering like a leaf in a storm, his lips tinged with blue. He was just sitting on the damp ground, staring straight ahead, not really seeing us. He couldn't tell us how he got there or why he was wet. He said he didn't remember anything after leaving the house that afternoon. It was like a whole chunk of his memory was just gone. After that night, Liam started to change. It wasn't anything huge at first, just little things. He stopped laughing as much. His jokes weren't as frequent. He, who used to be the life of our small family, grew quiet. He started drawing these strange things in his notebooks, the ones he used to fill with superheroes and funny cartoons. Now they were full of these weird, swirling spirals, over and over again, and faces with empty, hollow eyes that seemed to stare right off the page. Sometimes he'd draw what looked like old, complicated maps of water channels, things that looked like they belonged on Dad's engineering tables. At night, it got worse. I'd wake up sometimes, not knowing why, and I'd see him, sitting bolt upright in his bed in the dark, just sitting there, and he'd be whispering. I could never make out the words. It was too soft, too mumbly. But he was definitely talking to someone, or something, that wasn't there. It scared me. It scared me a lot. I tried talking to Mom about it. I told her Liam was acting weird, that he wasn't himself. She just hugged me and said he was probably still stressed from the move, from starting a new school. "He'll be all right, mijo," she'd say, stroking my hair. "Give him time." Dad was so buried in his work at the dam. There were some problems with one of the turbines, and he was working late almost every night. His mind was all wrapped up in machinery and voltage and water flow rates. He'd listen, nod, say he'd talk to Liam, but he never really seemed to grasp how different Liam had become. So I figured if no one else was going to find out what was wrong, I had to. I started doing my own looking around. The town library wasn't much, just a couple of rooms in the back of the community hall. It smelled like old paper and dust and forgotten stories. I didn't even know what I was looking for, but I just started pulling books off the shelves, anything that looked old or mentioned Hampridge. Most of it was boring stuff about local government or farming. But then, tucked away on a bottom shelf, covered in a fine layer of gray dust, I found it. It was a thin little book, its cover faded and soft. The title was simple: Legends of Hampridge. I sat down at one of the wobbly wooden tables and started flipping through. Most of it was folk tales about strange creatures in the woods or old superstitions. But then, right at the back, in a section that looked like it was added as an afterthought, I found it. It talked about a village that used to sit right at the base of the mountain, in the valley where the river flowed strongest. It said the village was drowned decades ago when they built the dam, when they flooded the valley to create the reservoir. The book said no one really spoke of it anymore. Officially, the records just said the village and its people were relocated, moved somewhere else. But then, wedged between two of the last pages, stuck like a forgotten bookmark, was an old photograph. It was black and white, and a little blurry. It showed the village church, or what was left of it, with its bell tower partially submerged in dark water. And standing in the foreground, small and kind of out of focus, was a boy. He couldn't have been much older than me. His eyes, even in the fuzzy photo, looked empty, dark. His feet were bare. There was no name written on the back, no caption. Just this sad, lonely-looking kid by a drowning church. The bell in that tower. It looked just like the bell we'd been hearing at night. The one Father Delaney said was broken. My heart started pounding. I carefully slipped the photo out of the book. I know, I shouldn't have, but I had to, and I took it home. I waited until Liam was alone in his room, sketching those weird spirals. I walked in, my hand shaking a little, and I held out the photo to him. "Liam," I said, my voice barely a whisper, "look at this." He took the photo. His eyes scanned it, and then all the color just drained from his face. He went white as a sheet. His hand started to tremble just like mine. He stared at the boy in the picture for what felt like forever. Then he looked up at me, his eyes wide and scared. "That's him, Noah," he whispered, his voice cracking. "That's the boy. He's the one. He's the one who's been talking to me." My blood ran cold. The boy in the photo? The drowned boy? He was talking to Liam? No, this couldn't be happening. I didn't know what to do. I was just a kid. But I knew I had to talk to someone who might understand, someone who knew about the old things in Hampbridge. So, the next day after school, I went to see Father Delaney at the church. He was there, sweeping the stone steps outside, moving slowly, like every movement was an effort. He looked up when I approached, his old eyes kind of cloudy. I held out the photograph, the one of the boy and the drowning church. When Father Delaney saw that photo, he just stopped. He didn't speak for a full minute, maybe more. He just stared at it, his hand gripping the broom handle so tight his knuckles were white. The only sound was the rustle of a few dry leaves blowing across the churchyard. Finally, he let out a long, slow breath. "Mary, Mother of God," he whispered, so low I almost didn't hear him. He looked older than ever right then, worn down like the ancient wood of the church pews. "This child," he said, his voice raspy, pointing a shaky finger at the boy in the photo. "He drowned when they opened the floodgates for the first time, all those years ago. The bell, the church bell you've been hearing. It rang for him that day. For hours, they said, until the water silenced it too." He paused and looked out towards the mountains, towards where the dam stood hidden by the trees. He was the last one seen in the old village. Some folks back then whispered that he wasn't even real, not a regular boy, that he was something much older, something connected to the river itself, something the water never wanted disturbed when they built that dam. He looked back at me, his eyes filled with a deep sadness and something else. Fear. The dam. It was meant to bring progress, light, he said, his voice cracking a little. But it silenced a whole village. And some voices, child, some voices, they don't stay buried, especially when the water remembers. His words hung in the air, cold and heavy. The water remembers. I didn't understand all of it, not then, but I knew it was bad, really bad, and it was all tied up with Liam, and the tunnel, and the voice he was hearing. The final night, the night everything fell apart, it started like any other. Or maybe not. Maybe there was a different feel to the air, a stillness that was heavier than usual. Liam had been even quieter that day, more withdrawn. He barely touched his dinner. Mom kept asking if he was okay, and he'd just nod, not looking at her. Later I was in my room, trying to read, but the words just jumbled on the page. I kept thinking about Liam, about the photo, about what Father Delaney had said. A little while later, I realized I hadn't heard Liam moving around in his room next door for a long time. Usually, I could hear him sketching, or pacing, or just being there. Tonight there was nothing, just silence. A cold dread started to creep up my spine. I knocked on his door. "Liam?" No answer. I knocked again, louder. "Liam, you in there?" Still nothing. I pushed the door open. His room was empty. The window was closed, his bed was made, but Liam was gone. This time, I wasn't the only one looking for him. I ran downstairs, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. Dad had just gotten home from the dam, looking tired, his work boots caked with mud. He was hanging up his jacket when I burst into the hallway. "Dad, it's Liam! He's gone!" Before I could even say another word, before I could even point towards the dam, he knew. I saw it in his eyes. The worry lines on his face deepened, and his jaw tightened. He didn't ask questions. He just grabbed his heavy-duty flashlight from the hook by the door, the one with the powerful beam. "Come on, Noah," he said, his voice tight and urgent. We both ran. Out the door, into the damp, chilly night. No words were spoken between us. There was no need. Just the sound of our feet hitting the wet gravel of the path leading towards the mountain, towards the dam. My own heartbeat was so loud in my ears, it felt like it was trying to escape my chest. We both knew where Liam would be. We just knew. The tunnel. When we got there, breathing hard, the fog was swirling around the entrance like ghosts dancing. The iron bars, the ones that had sealed that tunnel for decades, they were bent, twisted apart like they were made of soft wire, not solid steel. My stomach lurched. How could Liam have done that? Dad didn't hesitate. He aimed the flashlight beam into the black maw of the tunnel and stepped inside. I followed close behind, grabbing onto the back of his jacket like I was a little kid again. The air inside was instantly colder, thick and wet, and it smelled awful. Like old, stagnant earth and decay and something else. Something metallic and forgotten. The only sound was the drip, drip, drip of water echoing somewhere in the darkness ahead, and our own ragged breaths. The beam from Dad's flashlight cut a shaky path through the oppressive darkness. The tunnel sloped downwards, deeper into the mountain. The ground was slick with mud and unseen puddles. My sneakers squelched with every step. Then we saw him, or a shape that became him as we got closer. Liam. He was standing maybe 20 feet ahead, knee-deep in what looked like black, still water. His back was to us. He was very still, and he was whispering. I couldn't make out the words, but it was that same soft, eerie whispering I'd heard from his room at night. And then I heard another sound, a reply. It wasn't Liam's voice. It was lower, rougher, like stones grinding together, and it seemed to come from the air around him, from the water, from the very rock walls of the tunnel. Dad called out, his voice sharp with fear and desperation. His voice trembled, echoing weirdly in the tight space. Liam didn't flinch. He didn't even seem to hear us at first. Then slowly, so slowly it made my skin crawl, he turned around to face us. His clothes were dark with water clinging to him. His face was pale in the flashlight beam, but his eyes glistened strangely. And he was smiling. Not a normal smile. Not the goofy Liam smile I knew. This was a calm, almost peaceful smile. Like he wasn't scared at all. Like he'd already made some kind of terrible peace with whatever was in there with him. "I can stop it, Dad," he said, his voice soft, so soft, but clear in the sudden silence. He looked from Dad to me. "I can make the voices quiet. I can make the water calm again." He took a small step back, deeper into the black water. "But only one of us walks out of here tonight." My mind just broke. I didn't understand what he meant. Not really, but the finality in his voice, the look in his eyes. It terrified me. I lunged forward, tears suddenly blinding me, streaming down my face. "Liam, no!" I screamed, my voice cracking. "Liam, come back, please!" I slipped in the slick mud, my feet going out from under me. Strong arms caught me before I could fall completely. Dad. He pulled me back against him, his own body trembling. "Please, Liam," I begged, sobbing now, looking at my brother who seemed so far away, even though he was right there. "Don't leave me. You promised. You said if the ghosts came, they'd have to go through you first. Don't do this." I remembered his words from that first week, when he put his mattress next to mine. Liam just looked at me, and the smile on his face softened, just for a second, and it was filled with so much love, so much sadness. It just shattered the last little piece of my heart. And then, Dad. My strong, capable dad, who always had an answer, who could fix anything. He knelt beside me in the mud and the cold, pulling me tightly into his arms. His shoulders were shaking. He buried his face in my hair, and I could feel his tears, hot and wet, on my scalp. "Let him go, Noah," he whispered, his voice strangled, raw with a sorrow so deep it felt like the whole mountain was crying with him. "My brave boy. He's doing what he believes is right. We have to let him." I'd never seen my father cry like that. Never. He held me so tightly I thought my ribs would crack, like if he loosened his grip, we'd both just fall apart, dissolve into the mud and the darkness. Liam gave us one last look, a look that said goodbye, a look that said he loved us. Then he took another step backward, and another, into the inky black water, into the deeper darkness of the tunnel's mouth, until the water was up to his waist, then his chest. He didn't look scared. He looked resolved. There was a sound then, not a loud sound, but a sound that filled the entire tunnel. It was like a deep, sighing breath being drawn from somewhere far below us, from deep within the earth, from the heart of the mountain itself. And then, nothing. Just silence. A heavy, suffocating silence that was worse than any noise. Liam was gone. The water where he'd stood was still, reflecting the flashlight beam like a dark, empty mirror. They sealed the tunnel after that. For good this time. Men came with concrete and steel, and they didn't just bar it up, they filled the entrance completely, until it looked like there had never been a tunnel there at all. Just solid rock. No one in Hampbridge spoke about what happened that night. Not really. There were whispers, of course. Always whispers in a town like that. But mostly, people just moved on, or pretended to. That's what towns do, I guess. They quietly tuck away the things they don't understand, the things that scare them, and they go on with their lives. The hydro project kept running. The dam kept roaring during the day, and falling too silent at night. Dad, he never really said much about it after that night. He went back to work at the dam. He fixed the turbines when they broke. He adjusted the schematics on his big maps. He filled his days with the noise of machinery. Anything, I think, to keep the terrible silence away. But I'd catch him sometimes, sitting out on the porch in the twilight, when the sky was that bruised purple color, just staring towards the mountains, towards where the dam was. His eyes would be red, and his hands would be clenched into fists at his sides. Once, I found him in Liam's empty room, the room we'd kept exactly as Liam had left it. Dad was just standing there, in the middle of the floor, holding that superhero drawing Liam had made for me so long ago. He was just looking at it, his shoulders slumped. He thought I hadn't seen him, but I did. Mom. Mom stopped singing her Spanish lullabies. Her whole world, which used to be so full of soft songs and the scent of lavender, it just seemed to go quiet and gray. Her smiles didn't reach her eyes anymore. We still lived in the same house, the three of us. But there was this huge, gaping space missing from every room, from every conversation, from every meal. It was like Liam had been carefully carved out of our lives, and the world had just sort of wrapped itself around the empty shape he left behind. As for me, well, I grew up. You don't really have a choice about that. I kept that superhero drawing, the one Dad was holding. I kept the pain, too. It became a part of me, like another shadow that always walked beside me. Some nights, even now, so many years later, I still dream of that moment in the tunnel. Dad's arms around me, his heart breaking against mine, the cold, the dark, and both of us watching Liam walk away, into that terrible blackness. And every single time I have that dream, I try to scream louder, try to run faster, try to reach him before he fades completely. And every single time, I fail. I always fail. Still, even after all this time, when the world around me grows really quiet, and the wind brushes against the mountains up there just right, I hear it. The faint, distant ring of a church bell that's no longer standing. The low, deep hum from beneath the earth, from the belly of the dam. And sometimes, if I listen really, really hard, I think I can hear a soft laugh, just a whisper of it, echoing across the water, carried on the breeze. Liam's laugh. People say that water forgets, that it just flows and flows, washing everything away, cleansing everything until all the old hurts and sad stories are gone. But I know the truth. I learned it in Hampbridge, in the shadow of that cold gray dam. The water remembers. It remembers everything. Grief. You know, it isn't like a straight road. No, it's more like a twisty, turning path that just keeps going down, down, down. It makes you dizzy, like you're falling and can't stop. I learned that the hard way. I'd been on that falling ride for 2 long years. Ever since we lost our boy, Sam. He was just 9 years old. 1 minute, he was laughing, building a fort out of pillows and blankets in our living room, his tongue sticking out the side of his mouth like he always did when he was thinking hard. The next minute, he just fell. A seizure, the doctors called it. Then they found the tumor, deep in his brain, a nasty one. They said they couldn't operate, said there was nothing they could do. 6 months, that's all we got after that. 6 months of watching him fade, like a bright light dimming until it just went out. My wife, Lena, she just shattered, like a glass dropped on a hard floor. She wasn't the same Lena I married. Some nights I'd find her in Sam's little room, curled up on his bed, the one with the dinosaur sheets he loved so much. She'd be whispering lullabies, the same ones she sang to him when he was a baby. Her voice would be soft, shaky. Other nights, she'd walk around the house, clutching Sam's old baby monitor. The static would crackle through the empty halls, like a ghost trying to talk. It was a sound that made my skin crawl. Then, one morning, it was there. The brochure. It wasn't in an envelope. No stamp. No return address. Just there, tucked inside our mailbox, like someone had slipped it in by hand during the night. It was printed on thick, creamy paper. Fancy. The words on the front were simple, printed in an old-fashioned, swirly kind of writing. Room for the departed, and underneath that, smaller, one last night, one real goodbye, for those who can't move on. Reservations by referral only. Lena, she picked it up. Her hands were trembling. She read it, her lips moving silently. Then she read it again, and again, maybe a dozen times. Her eyes, when she finally looked up at me, they were like deep, dark pools, hollow, but with a tiny, desperate spark way down inside, like a drowning person seeing a piece of wood floating by. "What if," she whispered, her voice raspy, like she hadn't used it in days. "What if it's real, Tom?" I didn't believe it, not for a second. It sounded like some kind of cruel trick, some scam to get money out of broken-hearted people. But I looked at Lena's face, at the raw pain etched around her eyes, the way her hands clutched that paper like it was life itself. I believed in her pain. That was real enough. So I took the brochure from her. My own hand was shaking a little. I called the number. What else could I do? A voice answered on the 3rd ring. It was soft, gentle, a woman's voice, but I couldn't tell if she was young or old. She didn't give a name, didn't ask for hours, not right away. She didn't confirm anything about the brochure, not really. Just listened to my fumbling explanation. Then she said, in that same calm, quiet voice, "You're expected. Tomorrow night. Bring only what you're willing to leave behind." And that was it. She hung up. No directions, no price. Just, "You're expected." The place, it turned out, was a long way from our town. About 3 hours, maybe more. The road kept getting smaller and smaller, twisting through hills that looked dry and lonely. The last hour, the road was just dirt and gravel. Our car bounced and rattled. There was no GPS signal out here, no street signs, nothing but empty land stretching out on all sides under a huge, pale sky. It felt like we were driving to the end of the world. Finally, we saw it. Just like the voice on the phone hadn't given us directions, there it was, the building. It wasn't what I expected. It was long and low and made of pale, gray concrete. No windows, not a single one. It looked like a giant shoebox just dropped in the middle of nowhere. There was no name on the building, no sign on the door. Just a small black keypad next to a plain metal door. It looked cold, uninviting. I took a deep breath. looked at Lena. She was pale, her eyes wide. She nodded, just a tiny little jerk of her head. So, I got out of the car and knocked. The sound was flat, dead, like the building just swallowed it up. For a second, nothing happened. I was about to knock again, louder this time, when there was a soft click. The door just opened a crack, all by itself. A woman stood there. She was wearing a plain gray suit, the kind that looks expensive but doesn't draw attention. Her blonde hair was pulled back tight. Her face was calm. Too calm. Her eyes were a light, icy blue, and cold, like looking at a frozen lake. She didn't smile, not really. Just a tiny upturn at the corners of her mouth that didn't reach her eyes. "Welcome," she said. Her voice was flat, like the building. "Please sign here." She held out a clipboard with a form on it. It wasn't long, just a few lines. I read it carefully. Acknowledgement of risk. What risk? Consent to temporary psychological immersion. What did that even mean? Waiver of liability. That one I understood. They weren't responsible for whatever happened here. There was no mention of ghosts, no mention of Sam, no mention of one last night. Just cold, hard words, clinical, like a hospital form. It made a shiver run down my spine, but Lena was already reaching for the pen, her eyes fixed on the woman with that same desperate hope. I signed it too. What choice did we have now? "You'll be in room 313, the woman said, taking the clipboard back. Her fingers didn't even brush mine. "Your time begins at sunset. It's best if you settle in now." Sunset. It was already late afternoon. The shadows were starting to get long outside. She led us down a hallway. It was long. Too long. From the outside, the building hadn't looked big enough to have a hallway this long. The walls were the same pale concrete as the outside. No pictures, no decorations. Just a row of identical numbered doors on each side. Our footsteps echoed in a funny way. There was no other sound. No voices. No music. No sign of any other guests. It felt like we were the only people in the whole place, maybe in the whole world. She stopped at a door marked 313. She didn't use a key, just touched the handle, and it clicked open. She gestured for us to go in. "Enjoy your stay," she said, that not quite a smile on her lips again. It wasn't a warm wish, it was something else, something I couldn't quite name. We stepped inside. The door clicked shut behind us. A heavy sound. I tried the handle. Locked. Solid. Just like that. The room. My breath caught in my throat. Lena made a small, choked sound, like a hurt animal. It looked like Sam's room, not just like it. Exactly like it. The bedspread, the blue one with the smiling cartoon dinosaurs he'd picked out himself. It was the same. The little wooden desk in the corner, with the dinosaur lamp, the one where the T-Rex's head bent down to shine the light. It was there. His baseball glove, old and worn, was sitting right on top of that desk, next to a few of his favorite drawing books. Even the smell. It was faint, but it was there. Cherry shampoo, the kind he always used. Lena just crumpled. She sank to her knees, her hands covering her face, and started to sob. Not loud, wailing cries, just deep, body-shaking sobs that tore at my heart. I wanted to go to her, to hold her, but I couldn't move. My feet felt like they were nailed to the floor. I just stood there, looking. My mind was racing. How? How could they know all this? The exact details? We hadn't told them anything. We hadn't sent pictures. It wasn't possible. It had to be a trick. There had to be a speaker hidden somewhere, an illusion, some kind of fancy projection. I looked up at the ceiling, around the walls, searching for any sign of it. And then we heard it. "Mom? Dad?" The voice. It was light, clear, innocent. It was Sam's voice. Our Sam. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. Lena's sobbing stopped instantly. Her head snapped up, her eyes wide and wild. We spun around, looking everywhere at once. There was no one there. The room was empty. Just us. Sam? Lena whispered, her voice trembling so much it was barely a sound. Baby? Is it really you? A little chuckle. His chuckle. The one he did when he was being a little bit shy. I missed you, the voice replied. It seemed to come from near the dinosaur lamp. I missed you so much. We stayed up all night. We didn't sleep. We couldn't. We just sat there, on the edge of the bed that looked so much like his, and listened. Sometimes his voice seemed to come from the lamp. Sometimes from the closet, where his clothes, his actual clothes, hung neatly. Sometimes it sounded like he was right next to us, whispering in our ears. He told us things, little things, things no one else in the world could have known. He reminded us about the time we all got caught in the rain at the zoo, and he'd hidden under my jacket, giggling. He talked about the secret stash of cookies he kept under his bed, the ones he thought we didn't know about. He even described the drawing he'd made for Lena's birthday, the one he'd hidden so well she'd never found it, tucked inside an old coloring book at the bottom of his toy chest. Lena was transformed. The hollowness in her eyes was gone. They were shining, bright. She was smiling, a real smile, the kind I hadn't seen in 2 years. Tears were streaming down her face, but they weren't tears of sadness anymore. They were tears of joy, of disbelief. It's him, Tom, she kept saying, grabbing my hand, her fingers digging into my skin. It's really him. Somehow it's really our Sammy. I wanted to believe it. God, how I wanted to believe it. A part of me, a desperate, aching part, screamed that it was true, that this was a miracle, that our boy was back with us, even if it was just his voice. But another part of me, the part that had sat by his hospital bed, the part that had felt his small hand go cold in mine, it was screaming too. Screaming that this was wrong, that this couldn't be real. But his voice, it was so perfect. So Sam. The first hint of gray dawn started to creep through the tiny crack under the door. We were exhausted, drained. But Lena was still talking to him, asking him questions, laughing at his little jokes. I leaned my head back against the wall, my eyes gritty. Maybe, just maybe. When the sun was fully up, casting that sliver of light across the floor, Lena finally yawned. I should try to get some rest, baby, she said to the room. We'll talk more later, okay? A soft, sleepy, okay, Mommy, came from the direction of the pillow. We thought we'd just leave when we were ready, that the door would be open. It wasn't. I tried the handle. It was still locked, solid. I pushed. Then I put my shoulder into it. Nothing. It didn't budge, not even a rattle. Panic, cold and sharp, pricked at me. What's wrong? Lena asked, her voice suddenly tight with fear. The door. It's stuck, I said, trying to keep my own voice calm. But it was hard. There was no intercom in the room, no phone, no way to call out. We were trapped. The windowless room suddenly felt a lot smaller, colder. Then the voice came again, Sam's voice, but it wasn't sleepy anymore. It sounded different, a little stronger, a little more insistent. Don't go, it said, clear as a bell. Please don't go. We're not finished yet. I have so much more to tell you. Lena looked at me, her eyes pleading. He doesn't want us to leave, Tom. But it wasn't a request. It felt like a command. That second night, things changed. Sam's voice, it was still him, but it grew bolder, more present. It felt like he was really in the room with us, not just a voice coming from a corner. We'd hear laughter, quick and sudden, from the other side of the wall. Then sometimes a soft crying sound, little whimpers. Then just as quickly, it would be nothing. Silence, a heavy, waiting silence. And then a screen flickered on. It was mounted on the wall above the desk, dark and unnoticed until that moment. It lit up, and my heart lurched. It was footage of our family, home movies, real moments, private moments. There was Sam, his face bright with excitement, tearing open presents on his last Christmas, his eyes shining. There he was, blowing out the candles on his birthday cake, a smear of frosting on his nose. And then, the hospital. Sam in that too-big bed, looking small and pale, Lena holding his hand, me, trying to read him a story, my voice thick. Tears welled in my eyes. Lena was openly weeping beside me, her hand covering her mouth. We hadn't brought that footage. We hadn't brought any tapes, any photos. How did they have this? Who filmed these moments? Some of them, I didn't even remember a camera being there. Then words flashed across the screen, bright white against the painful images. Your grief feeds the bond. The more you feel, the more they return. Grief feeds the bond? What did that mean? My unease grew, twisting in my gut like a cold snake. This wasn't just about a last goodbye. This was something else. Something darker. Lena didn't seem to notice the words on the screen, or if she did, she didn't care. She was lost in the images of Sam, her face pressed against the cool glass of the screen, whispering his name. My baby. My sweet baby. I started to feel a new kind of fear. Not just the fear of being trapped, but a fear of what this place was doing to us. To Lena. She found a small locked panel behind the dresser the next day. It was almost hidden, the same color as the wall. Tom, look, she said, her voice hushed, like she'd found a secret treasure. I didn't like the way her eyes were shining. It wasn't the same light as before. This was feverish. What is it? I asked. I don't know, it's locked. I didn't want to open it. A voice in my head, a loud, screaming voice, told me to leave it alone, to just keep trying the door. But Lena was already tugging at it, her fingers scrabbling at the edges. Help me, she said. It wasn't a request. I found a metal part of the dinosaur lamp base that looked like I could pry with. With a groan of protesting wood, the panel door splintered and broke open. Inside, it wasn't part of the room. It was a corridor, a narrow, dusty corridor, barely wide enough for one person. It was dark. The air smelled old, stale, like a tomb. As our eyes adjusted, we saw they were lined with altars, small makeshift shelves jutting out from the walls. Each one had things on it, candles, some melted down to puddles of wax, faded photographs of children, little bits of what looked like hair tied with ribbon, old worn children's toys, a stuffed rabbit with one ear, a little wooden train, a single baby shoe, and under each altar, a small, neatly printed label, names, dates, and room numbers. My blood ran cold. One altar, near where we stood, had a fresh label, clearer than the others. Sam Thomas, room 313. Our Sam. Our room. There was a small, unlit candle on it, and one of his favorite little green army men. How? My eyes scanned the other labels. Elise Marlowe, room 311. Beneath it, a teddy bear, its fur matted and rotting, one button eye staring blankly. Michael Chen, room 309. A child's drawing of a smiling sun, now faded and water-stained. Dozens of them, stretching down into the darkness. What is this place? I whispered. My voice was hoarse. This wasn't a room for a goodbye. This was a collection. Footsteps echoed behind us. Software too soft for the hard floor. We whirled around. It was the hostess, the woman in the gray suit. She was standing right there, at the entrance to the hidden corridor, that same calm, cold, half-smile on her face. How did she move so quietly? We hadn't heard her approach. This place helps people move on, she said, her voice smooth as silk. But her eyes, those icy blue eyes, they weren't kind. They were watching us, like a scientist watching insects. But first, she continued, her smile widening just a fraction, making it even more unsettling, we must help the departed stay. And then, she was gone. Just gone. No sound, no steps fading away. 1 second she was there, the next, empty space. Like she'd never been there at all. A cold dread filled me, so intense it made me feel sick. We scrambled back into room 313, my heart pounding. I slammed the broken panel door shut, wedging a piece of the splintered wood to keep it closed, though I knew it was useless. As I turned back to Lena, I saw it. The walls. They were bleeding. Not blood. No, not blood. It was darker, thicker. Ink, black ink, like from 1,000 broken pens, was oozing from the pale concrete, dripping down in slow, thick rivulets. And in the ink, words were forming, phrases Sam had spoken, little doodles he used to draw, his lopsided stars, his funny-looking cats. And then, other words. Cries for help. "Mommy, I'm scared. Daddy, where are you?" It hurts. His voice, Sam's voice, echoed around the room, but now it was filled with pain, with fear. "Make it stop," Lena moaned, covering her ears, rocking back and forth. "Make it stop." "Lena, we have to get out of here," I said, my voice shaking. I grabbed her arm. "Now! This isn't Sam. This is something else. Something terrible." She looked at me, her eyes wide and unfocused. Then she pulled her arm away. Hard. "No," she said, her voice flat. "Dead. He's almost back. I can feel him. He's so close. We can't leave him." "Lena, listen to me," I pleaded. "This isn't him. It's a trap. This place, it's using him. It's using us." She slapped me. Her hand cracked across my face, hard. The shock of it stunned me into silence for a second. She'd never hit me before. Never. Then, her face crumpled. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She stumbled over to the bed, grabbed Sam's old, tattered dinosaur blanket, the one he'd dragged everywhere, and curled up with it, her shoulders shaking. She wouldn't look at me. That night, the voice changed again. It wasn't just Sam's voice in the room anymore. It was closer. Right in our ears. Whispering. But it was whispering different things to each of us. To Lena, when I was pretending to be asleep, I heard it, soft and insidious, like a snake hissing in the dark. "He's trying to keep us apart, Mommy. He doesn't want me back. He wants you to forget me." And to me, when Lena was curled up facing the wall, her breathing heavy, it whispered, its tone full of a strange, cold amusement. "She doesn't love you anymore, Daddy. She only loves me. She'll do anything for me. Anything." I tried to block it out. I squeezed my eyes shut, put my hands over my ears. But the whispers seemed to crawl right inside my head. Sometime in the deepest part of the night, I woke up choking, gasping for air. My eyes flew open. Lena was on top of me. Her hands were wrapped around my neck. Tight. Her face was inches from mine. Her eyes were glazed over, empty. And she was smiling. A horrible, vacant smile. "He needs us to stay," she murmured, her voice sounding distant, like it was coming from far away. "Forever." Her grip tightened. Black spots danced in front of my eyes. With a surge of adrenaline born of pure terror, I fought her off. I twisted, bucked, pushed her away. She tumbled to the floor with a soft thud, but she didn't cry out. She just lay there for a moment, then slowly started to get up, that awful, blank smile still on her face. I didn't wait. I scrambled out of the bed and ran. Back to the hidden panel. I kicked it open, the flimsy wood giving way easily. I had to know. I had to see. I plunged into the dusty corridor, deeper this time, past the rows and rows of makeshift altars. The air grew colder, heavier. The silence here was different. It was watching, waiting. At the very end of the corridor, I found a door, a plain metal door. It was unlocked. Inside, it was a control room. My stomach twisted. Banks of surveillance monitors lined one wall, dozens of them. Each one showed a room, rooms like ours. Each one meticulously recreated to look like a lost child's bedroom. Each one had grieving people inside, couples, single parents. Some were crying, some were talking to empty air. Some were just staring, their faces hollow with a mixture of hope and despair. And in each room, I could faintly hear them, the voices, children's voices, whispering, calling. On a desk, there were video logs, tapes, DVDs, labeled with names and dates. I picked one up at random, popped it into a player. The images that flickered onto the screen made me sick. A mother, her face a mask of agony, carving her dead daughter's name into her own chest with a shard of broken glass. Over and over. Her eyes were wide, ecstatic. Another one. A father, in a room almost identical to ours, slowly, methodically, filling the bathtub. Then he climbed in, fully clothed, and pushed his own head under the water. His last words, captured by the hidden microphone, were a choked whisper. Just one more hug. Just one more. This was no miracle. This wasn't about comfort or goodbyes. This was a ritual, a system. It was ritualized grief extraction. This entire building, it was a feeding ground. It lured people in with their deepest sorrow, their most desperate hope, and then it drank their trauma like wine. It grew stronger on their pain. The voices, the rooms, they were all just bait. I stumbled back out of the control room, my mind reeling. I had to get Lena. We had to get out. When I got back to room 313, my heart stopped. Lena was gone, but someone else was there. Sam stood in the middle of the room, or something that looked like Sam, wearing his clothes, his face, but the eyes, they were too dark, too old, like deep, empty pits, and the smile, it was too wide, stretched, unnatural. It wasn't Sam's smile. "Why'd you leave me, Dad?" it asked. The voice was Sam's, but the tone, it was cold, accusing. It took a step closer. I stumbled back, my hand reaching for something, anything, to defend myself. My fingers brushed against the cool, smooth wood of Sam's old baseball bat, still propped in the corner where we'd first seen it. "She stayed," the thing wearing Sam's face said, its smile widening even more, showing teeth that looked a little too long, a little too sharp. "You didn't. That's why I chose her." It gestured with its head. Behind it, Lena was floating, hovering a few inches above the bed, her arms outstretched as if in an embrace. Her eyes were rolled back, showing only the whites. She was murmuring, a low, continuous stream of words. "We'll be together again. Always together. My boy." The thing that looked like Sam turned towards her. It started to crawl, slowly, deliberately, onto the bed, moving towards Lena's floating form, like a spider approaching a trapped fly. A rage, cold and fierce, cut through my fear. This thing, this monster, it wasn't just taking our grief. It was taking Lena. It had taken Sam, twisted his memory, and now it was trying to consume her whole. I grabbed Sam's baseball bat. It felt heavy, solid in my hands. With a yell that tore from my throat, a sound of pure fury and despair, I swung. I swung with all my strength. The bat connected with the thing's side. It screamed. But it wasn't a child's scream. No, not at all. It was a horrible metallic shriek, like rusty gears grinding together, like fingernails scraping down a giant chalkboard. It echoed through the room, making the very walls seem to vibrate. The illusion, the carefully crafted image of Sam, it cracked. For a split second I saw something else underneath. Something pale and thin and wrong, with too many joints. The walls of the room flickered, like a bad TV picture. The ink, the words, they swirled and distorted. The image of Sam dissolved, the shriek cutting off abruptly. Lena dropped onto the bed with a heavy thud, her eyes still closed. I rushed to her side. She was breathing, thank God. Shallow breaths. I scooped her up into my arms. She was limp, unconscious, but alive. I had to get her out. I carried her out into the main hallway. It seemed even longer now. Darker. The other room doors. Some of them were open a crack. I could hear noises from inside. Soft weeping. Muffled screams. A man's voice begging, "Please, just let me see her one more time." The hallway itself seemed to shift, to change. Some of the doors I'd seen before were gone. New ones appeared. One door had no handle, just scratch marks all around it, like someone had been trying to claw their way out. From another, a voice, an old man's voice, shrieked, "She's in the lights. Don't look at the lights. They'll burn your eyes out." He was clawing at his own face. It was a house of nightmares, a maze of sorrow. Then the hostess appeared again, just like before, suddenly there, standing in the middle of the hallway, blocking our path. That cold, calm smile was still in place. "You can leave," she said, her voice as smooth and untroubled as ever. It was chilling. I clutched Lena tighter, tried to push past her. "But you'll be back," she continued, her eyes fixed on me, unblinking. "Everyone comes back. Grief always wins in the end. It's a hunger that's never satisfied." I ignored her. I didn't say a word. I just kept moving, pushing past her. She didn't try to stop me physically. She just watched. We finally reached the entrance, the main door. The keypad next to it was blinking, a dull, angry red. I set Lena down gently, leaning her against the wall. I tried the handle. Locked. Of course. I kicked the keypad. It cracked. I kicked it again, harder. Smashed it with the baseball bat, which I was still somehow carrying. Sparks flew, but the door remained stubbornly shut. Despair started to wash over me. Were we going to die here, trapped in this terrible place? Then Lena stirred. Her eyes fluttered open. Just a slit. She looked up at me, her gaze unfocused. She whispered something. Her voice was so faint I had to lean close to hear it. "He's waiting," she breathed, her lips barely moving. "On the roof." The roof? What was she talking about? How did she know? But there was no time to question. It was the only lead we had. I looked around wildly. There had to be stairs, an access panel, something. Then I saw it. A narrow, almost hidden door at the far end of the short entry hall, one I hadn't noticed before. It probably led to a service staircase. I wish I could tell you we both made it. I wish I could say we ran out of there together, into the clean air, leaving that nightmare behind. But only I made it out. Lena didn't survive. By the time I got her out of that building, out from whatever was on that roof, a place I still can't fully picture in my mind, it's all a blur of shadows and a terrible cold wind, she was gone. The doctors, the ones in the small town hospital I finally managed to reach after hours of frantic driving on those nameless roads, they said it was heart failure, brought on by stress, by exhaustion. I knew better. Her heart hadn't just failed. It had been broken, emptied. That place. It had taken too much from her. It had taken everything. They never found the building. I tried to tell the police. I drew maps. I described the deserted road, the windowless concrete structure. They searched. They sent out cars, even a helicopter. But it was like it had never existed, like it had just vanished into the thin, dry air of that desolate landscape. Or maybe the roads themselves just led you there when it wanted you, and not when it didn't. They never found the brochure either. It was gone from my pocket. Years passed. Slow, empty years at first. The grief for Lena piled on top of the grief for Sam. It was a heavy weight, almost unbearable. But I started to rebuild, slowly, piece by piece. I had to. For Sam. For Lena. I couldn't let that place, whatever it was, win completely. I went to group therapy, sat in circles with other people who were drowning in their own losses. I listened. I talked. It helped. A little. I even started to speak at grief forums, small gatherings, sharing my story, warning people, trying to make them understand that some doors are better left unopened, some mysteries are better left unsolved. Most people just looked at me with pity, thought I was crazy, broken by my loss. Maybe I was, but I knew what I saw. I knew what happened. Then, last month, after a small seminar I gave at a local community center, a woman approached me. She was older, her face kind, but with a sadness in her eyes I recognized. She waited until everyone else had left. Then she came up to me and handed me a small folded card. My blood turned to ice. It was the same thick, creamy paper, the same old-fashioned swirly writing. Room for the departed. One last night. One real goodbye. Same font. Same exact message. But the phone number was different. She smiled. A soft, gentle smile. But there was something behind it. Something knowing. They helped me see my daughter again, she said, her voice quiet. It was such a comfort. I stared at the card in my hand. My fingers were trembling. All the old terror, the old pain, it came rushing back. I tore it up, ripped it into tiny little pieces and let them fall to the floor. The woman just laughed, a soft, breathy laugh. It wasn't a kind sound. It's okay, she said, still smiling that awful knowing smile. They already know where you live. And then she turned and walked away, leaving me standing there with the confetti of my nightmare scattered at my feet and a cold, familiar dread seeping back into my bones. They know where I live. No, I won't let them win. Not again. I've always been a fellow who likes old things that other folks might walk right past or toss out with the trash. It's like I'm drawn to the whispers of stories left behind, the faint outlines of lives that have come and gone. I guess you could say that's what being a collector is all about, at least for me. It's not just about owning something old. It's about gathering up the quiet ghosts of years that have faded away. My house, well, it's not like other houses. It's more like a quiet museum, each room holding its breath, filled with the silence of things that have seen more than I ever will. I've got this Edison phonograph from way back in 1911. It's a beautiful thing, all dark wood and polished horn, and it still plays these old opera records. The voices that come out, they're kind of scratchy and far away, like they're singing from another world. It's haunting, but in a way that makes the hair on your arms stand up in a good way, you know? Then there's this surgeon's bag from the Civil War. It's made of worn leather, cracked in places, and inside, wrapped in old yellowed linen, are these bone saws and other tools. They're rusted now, some of them stained a dark brown that I try not to think too much about. Holding them, you can almost feel the urgency, the desperation of a time when life was so fragile. It sends a shiver down my spine every single time. And in my bedroom, there's this morning mirror from the 18th century. It's got this dark, heavy frame, and the glass itself is a little wavy. There's a crack in one corner, a thin, spidery line. Old stories say those cracks appear to warn the living not to stare too long into the past, not to get lost in what's gone. Sometimes, when the light hits it just right, I think I see shadows moving in its depths, shapes that aren't my own reflection. For the longest time, my most prized possession, the thing I'd save if the house was on fire, was this little porcelain doll. She's got these wide, glassy blue eyes, and her cheeks are painted with a delicate blush. But the thing that always got me was the single tiny tear painted on her left cheek, like she was caught in a moment of quiet sadness forever. She used to sit on my mantelpiece, watching over the room with that sorrowful little face. That was, until I found the clock. It happened down in Charleston, South Carolina. I love Charleston, with its old buildings and cobblestone streets, a place where history feels like it's breathing right alongside you. I was poking around in one of those antique shops, the kind tucked away on a side street called Harker & Sons Estate Collectibles. The moment I stepped inside, the smell hit me. That mix of old cedar wood, a bit of mildew, and the faint, dusty scent of forgotten things. It's a smell I've always loved, the perfume of the past. The shop was dim, light struggling to get through the grimy windows, and crammed full of stuff. Furniture piled high, boxes overflowing with trinkets, paintings leaning against paintings. Mr. Harker himself was this small, wiry old man. His hair was thin and white, and his eyes were clouded over with cataracts, making them look like murky pools. He didn't say much, just sort of shuffled around. He wasn't one of those pushy types, trying to sell you everything you glanced at. In fact, when I finally spotted it, he seemed almost hesitant. It was in the very back of the shop, half hidden behind a stack of old trunks. The clock. I'd never seen anything quite like it. It was a wall clock, made of rich, dark mahogany wood, probably about 3 feet long. Intricate brass vines, like tiny filigree ivy, curled all along its frame, so detailed they looked like they were still growing, slowly trying to reclaim the wood. They shone with a soft, dull gleam in the dim light. The pendulum was the strangest part. Instead of a simple disc, it was shaped like a twisting loop, a Mobius strip, if you know what that is, a ribbon that twists and joins, so it only has one side. It was polished to a mirror sheen, and it caught what little light there was, making it look like liquid silver. The face of the clock didn't have a maker's name, no brand or anything, just these elegant Roman numerals painted in a faded gold, and they seemed to glimmer faintly, almost like they were lit from within. I pointed at it, my heart doing a little flip. "That's unusual," I said, trying to sound casual. "Mr. Harker," he turned his cloudy eyes towards it and then back to me. He spoke so softly, I almost didn't catch it. "I wouldn't," he whispered, his voice raspy like dry leaves. It was never meant to chime for the living. Now, in places like that, a warning can sometimes be just another way to make a sale, to make an item seem more mysterious, more valuable. So I just smiled, thinking he was playing the old antique dealer game. I should have listened. I really should have. But I didn't. I bought it. I haggled a bit, of course, it's part of the dance, but my mind was already made up. I had to have that clock. It felt like it was calling to me, like it was meant to be part of my collection of echoes. Getting it back home was an adventure in itself. I wrapped it carefully in old blankets I bought from a hardware store, worried about every bump in the road. I kept glancing back at it in my rearview mirror, this long, dark shape under the covers. I couldn't wait to get it into my study, to see it hanging on my wall. My study is my favorite room in the house. It's where I keep my books, my writing desk, and some of my smaller collectibles. It's always been my quiet place, my sanctuary. I found the perfect spot for the clock, on the wall opposite my big leather armchair. It took me a while to get it hung just right, that heavy mahogany and brass. When I stepped back to look at it, it dominated the room, but in a good way. It looked like it had always been there. That first night, after I'd carefully wound it and set the time, I sat in my armchair, just watching it. The pendulum swung with that strange, mesmerizing twist, back and forth, back and forth. The ticking sound was soft, a gentle rhythm in the quiet room. I felt a sense of satisfaction, a collector's pride. But then it started. Slowly at first. So slowly I almost didn't believe it. I woke up in the middle of the night. The house was dead quiet, except for the tick-tock from the study. I rolled over, glanced at my bedside alarm clock, 3:17 a.m. I lay there for a bit, and then I realized something was off. The ticking from the study, it sounded different. I got out of bed, a little uneasy, and went to the study door, pushing it open just a crack. The clock was ticking backwards. Tick-tock became tock-tick. The hands were moving counterclockwise. My first thought was that it was just a mechanical problem. Old clocks can be temperamental, right? Maybe the gears were slipping, or it needed a good cleaning and oiling. I wasn't too worried. Annoyed, maybe, that my new prize was already acting up, but not worried. But then, other strange things started happening, things that weren't so easy to explain away. I wear a wristwatch, an old mechanical one that I wind every morning. I noticed that whenever I was in the study, near that clock, my wristwatch would start to lose time, sometimes by a few minutes, sometimes more. I'd set it, and an hour later, it would be slow again. My phone was next. If I left it on the desk in the study, it would just restart itself for no reason. Or the battery, even if it was fully charged, would drain down to nothing in an hour or two. It was more than inconvenient. It was starting to feel weird, like the room itself, or maybe just the clock, was messing with things. At first I just sighed and moved my phone charger into the hallway. I started taking my watch off before I went into the study. Little adjustments. But the feeling of unease, it started to grow, like a tiny seed of doubt planted in my mind. Then came the dreams, and these were something else entirely. They weren't my dreams. I know that sounds crazy, but it's the truth. I'd often doze off in my big armchair in the study, reading a book or just listening to the quiet. But after the clock arrived, when I'd drift off in that chair, I'd find myself in these vivid, unsettling dreams that felt like I was watching someone else's memories. I'd see these flickers, these glimpses of lives that had been lived in that very room, or a room just like it, long ago. It was as if the clock wasn't just telling time, but somehow holding on to it, replaying it. One night, I saw a woman, dressed all in black, the heavy, rustling black of old-fashioned mourning clothes. She was sitting in a chair by the window, the light gray and dim, and she was crying, these silent, heartbreaking sobs that shook her whole body. Her hands were busy, sewing something, but I could never quite see what it was. It was hidden in the shadows of her lap. The sadness in that dream, it was so thick I could almost taste it. I woke up with tears on my own cheeks. Another time, it was a man. He was wearing a dark blue uniform, like a soldier's from a long-past war. He was on the floor, crawling, dragging himself towards the wall where the clock now hung. There was a dark stain spreading on his stomach, and his face was pale and twisted in pain. He was gasping, reaching out a hand. I woke up from that one with my heart pounding like a drum, the smell of dust and something coppery, like old blood, lingering in my nostrils. And then there was the boy. He couldn't have been more than 7 or 8, with bright, curious eyes and a mischievous grin. He was laughing, a clear, happy sound, as he stood on a small stool, carefully winding the pendulum of a clock. The clock, or one that looked identical. Then, suddenly, his laughter stopped. His eyes went wide with a look I couldn't understand, and then he was just silent. The dream ended there, leaving me with a cold, hollow feeling. I'd wake up from these dreams feeling shaken, disoriented, like I'd been somewhere else entirely. It wasn't like a normal dream that fades away. These stayed with me, the images, the emotions, clinging to me like cobwebs. One morning, after a particularly vivid dream about a hushed candle-lit room, I went into the study. The sun was streaming in, and everything looked normal. But then I saw it. Scratched into the dark wood of the wall, right beneath where the clock hung, was a name. It wasn't deeply carved, more like it had been etched with a fingernail or a pin, but it was definitely there. I hadn't put it there. I live alone. My blood ran cold. The letters were a bit shaky, old-fashioned in style. E. Livingston, it read, and underneath 2 dates, 1884 to 1901, 17 years, a short life. The clock wasn't just showing me things, it felt like it was writing back, leaving messages from whatever past it was tangled up with. I had to know more. I started researching the Livingston family. I spent hours at the local library, digging through old Charleston archives, scrolling through online genealogy sites. I searched for any record of an E. Livingston who lived and died between those years, someone connected to Charleston. But I found nothing. No birth certificate, no death notice, no mention in any census records. It was like E. Livingston had never existed, except for that faint etching on my wall. And then, the real horrors began. The things that made the dreams and the backward ticking seem almost tame. Objects in my house started to shift positions, but not like they were just misplaced. It was more subtle, more unsettling. I'd leave a book on the coffee table in the living room, spine up, and come back to find it spine down, or a framed photograph on my desk, one I'd taken just the day before on a walk, would look different. The lighting would be altered, as though the sun was in a different part of the sky, or the colors would be slightly faded, like a picture taken years ago, not yesterday. My own reflection started to play tricks on me. Sometimes, when I'd catch a glimpse of myself in the study mirror, the one just inside the door, I'd look younger for a split second, the lines around my eyes smoothed out. Other times, I'd look impossibly old, tired in a way that went bone deep, a weariness I hadn't earned yet. It was like looking at different versions of myself, flickering in and out of existence. It made me question what was real if my own eyes were lying to me. I knew I wasn't going crazy, but I needed proof, something tangible. So I set up a small video camera in the study, positioning it on a bookshelf so it had a clear view of the clock in my armchair. I pressed record, feeling a strange mix of fear and determination. That night, I did what I'd been doing for weeks. I sat in the armchair, trying to read, but eventually, the quiet rhythm of the clock, that insistent tock-tick, lulled me to sleep. The next morning, my hands were trembling as I took the camera and plugged it into my computer. I fast-forwarded through the early part of the footage, me just sitting there, then my head nodding, falling asleep. Then I slowed it down. What I saw made my breath catch in my throat. The clock on the wall didn't just tick backwards, it pulsed. The whole thing, the mahogany case, the brass vines, it seemed to shimmer with a faint dark light, almost like it was breathing. And then, the room itself around the clock began to distort, the edges wavering like a heat haze. And then, I vanished. One moment I was slumped in the chair, asleep, and the next, the chair was empty. Just an empty leather armchair in a quiet study. The timestamp on the video showed that for 4 solid hours, I was gone. Vanished into thin air. Then, just as suddenly, I reappeared. I jolted back into the chair, my eyes snapping open, wide and filled with a terror I didn't remember feeling. My mouth was open, and I was whispering something, over and over again, too faint for the camera's microphone to pick up clearly at first. I leaned closer to the speakers, straining to hear. "She's still inside it," I was whispering, my voice hoarse. "She's still inside it." I watched myself on the screen, this stranger with my face, looking utterly traumatized, and a cold dread seeped into me. Who was she? And inside what? The clock? I started avoiding the study after that. I closed the door, tried to pretend that whole room, and the clock within it, didn't exist. It worked, for a little while. The strange dreams stopped, or at least I didn't have them when I slept in my own bed. My wristwatch kept perfect time, my phone behaved, but the clock wasn't done with me. The sound started. Every night, or rather, every early morning, at exactly 3:33 a.m., chimes would ring out through the house. Not loud, but clear and distinct. 3 soft, melodic chimes. The terrifying part was, that clock had no striking mechanism. No bells, no hammers, nothing to make it chime. Yet it chimed. 3 times, 3:33 a.m. Then came the humming. A low, mournful lullaby, sung in a woman's voice. It seemed to come from the study, seeping under the door, but sometimes it sounded like it was right behind me, or just in the next room. The language was nothing I recognized, soft and flowing, but the melody was filled with an unbearable sadness, a deep, aching loss. It made my skin crawl. And sometimes, footsteps. Light, bare footsteps, pacing on the hardwood floors. I'd hear them in the hallway outside my bedroom, or downstairs in the living room. Always soft, always hesitant, like someone was wandering, lost. I'd lie in bed, frozen, listening to those ghostly footfalls, my heart hammering against my ribs. It was clear now. This wasn't just a haunted object I'd brought into my home. It was something far more sinister. It was like a wound in time itself, a tear in the fabric of reality, and by bringing it here, by winding it, I had peeled off the bandage and let whatever was trapped inside begin to bleed out into my world. I couldn't take it anymore. My carefully curated collection of echoes had been invaded by an echo that was screaming. In desperation, I looked up the number for Harker & Sons Estate Collectibles. My hand was shaking so much I could barely dial. Mr. Harker answered on the 3rd ring, his voice the same raspy whisper. I blurted out everything, the backward ticks, the dreams, the vanishing, the chimes, the humming, the footsteps. I expected him to be surprised, maybe even to tell me I was imagining things, but he wasn't surprised at all. There was a long silence on the other end of the line, and then he sighed, a weary, defeated sound. "It never belonged to us, you know," he said, his voice barely audible. "We were just keeping it. Or maybe it was keeping us." "What do you mean?" I asked, my throat dry. "Where did it come from?" "It's a relic," he said slowly, choosing his words carefully. "A relic from a time that never should have been. A kind of time loop, I suppose, that collapsed inward on itself. The woman who made it, She was trying to rewind fate. A woman made it. Who was she? I pressed, a knot of dread tightening in my stomach. She was a watchmaker's wife, Harker explained, his voice filled with a strange pity. A long time ago. She lost her child, you see. A little girl taken by a fever, swift and cruel. The grief, it unmade her. She was brilliant, her husband said, understood the mechanics of time better than anyone. She tried to build a machine, this clock, to turn back time, to bring her daughter back. My mind reeled. A mother, trying to undo the unthinkable. She failed, Harker continued, his voice dropping even lower. She couldn't rewind the world. Instead, she trapped herself inside her own creation, inside that broken loop of time she made. And now the clock, it seeks others. Collectors, like you. People who are drawn to the echoes of the past. Maybe it thinks one of you can finish what she couldn't. Finish what she couldn't? What did that mean? Free her, or take her place? The thought sent a fresh wave of terror through me. I had to get rid of it. I couldn't live like this. After I hung up with Harker, a desperate, foolish idea took root. I decided I would destroy the clock. I waited until daylight, though the sun streaming through the windows did little to dispel the oppressive atmosphere that now clung to my house. I went into the study, my heart pounding. The clock hung on the wall, silent, its pendulum still. It looked almost innocent. I grabbed it, pulled it from the wall. It was heavier than I remembered. I carried it out to the backyard, to the old stone barbecue pit I rarely used. I doused it with lighter fluid, stood back, and threw a match. The fluid ignited with a whoosh, flames leaping up. But the clock didn't burn. The flames licked at the mahogany, at the brass vines, but the wood didn't char, the brass didn't tarnish. It just sat there in the inferno, untouched. Then the pendulum began to swing, faster and faster, a wild, dizzying arc. It wasn't just swinging, it was spinning, that Mobius strip a blur of reflected firelight. A low hum started to emanate from the clock, a deep thrumming that vibrated through the ground, up my legs. Shadows, thick and oily, began to leak from the walls of my house, stretching like grasping tendrils towards the clock, towards me. The air grew cold, heavy, and I smelled something awful, like old rope burning, and something else. Something like decay. I looked down at my hands. My fingernails were turning black, right before my eyes, the color seeping up from the cuticles like ink dropped in water. Panic, raw and absolute, clawed at me. Destroying it wasn't an option. It was too powerful. It was fighting back. So I did the unthinkable. The one thing Harker had warned against. The one thing the tag on the clock probably should have screamed in capital letters. With trembling hands, I reached out and took hold of the winding key, which was still in its place on the clock's face. I inserted it into the mechanism, and I wound the clock. Not forward. Oh no. I wound it backward. The hands began to spin, counterclockwise, faster and faster. The ticking became a frantic, urgent clicking, then a blur of sound. The room, no, the whole world around me seemed to dissolve into streaks of charcoal gray and dizzying light. I felt a sickening lurch in my stomach, like being on a roller coaster that had jumped its tracks. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for, I didn't know what. I blinked, and the world was different. The smell hit me first. Coal smoke, heavy and acrid, and the faint sour scent of old soap and unwashed bodies. The light was dim, gray, filtering through a grimy window. I was still in a room, but it wasn't my study. The walls were papered in a faded floral pattern, peeling in places. The furniture was heavy, dark, unfamiliar. A horse-drawn cart rattled past outside, the sound echoing on cobblestones. And in the corner, slumped in a high-backed wooden chair, was a woman. She was dressed in the same deep, rustling black I'd seen in my dreams, her face pale and etched with sorrow. Her hands, thin and white, clutched a small, silver-framed portrait. Even from across the room, I could see it was a picture of a young child, a little girl with wide, serious eyes. The woman looked up, her eyes hollow and dark, finding mine. They were eyes that had seen too much grief, shed too many tears. A small, sad smile touched her lips. "You came," she whispered, her voice like the rustle of dry leaves. It was the voice from the lullaby. Too late to save her. Always too late. Her gaze flickered to the portrait, then back to me. "But you can take my place." Take her place? Trapped in this dreary, grief-stricken past? Forever? A scream tore from my throat, a raw sound of pure terror. And just like that, the room, the woman, the smell of coal smoke, it all snapped away. I was back, on my knees in my own study. The year was 2025 again. Sunlight streamed through the clean window. The air smelled faintly of coffee from my breakfast. But the clock was gone. The wall where it had hung was bare, except for the faint outline in the dust and that almost invisible etching. E. Livingston, 1884 to 1901. Weeks passed. Slowly, shakily, I tried to put my life back together. The house felt different, lighter somehow, but the silence was no longer peaceful. It was an empty silence, a waiting silence. I sold half of my collection, the surgeon's bag, even the little porcelain doll with the painted tear. I couldn't bear to look at them anymore, couldn't stand the thought of their silent stories. They felt tainted. I stopped going to estate sales, to antique shops. The thrill was gone, replaced by a gnawing unease, a fear of what other echoes might be waiting, what other wounds in time I might accidentally reopen. Then, yesterday morning, I found a note slipped under my front door. It was on plain, crisp paper, the handwriting elegant, almost calligraphic. "We know what you touched," it read. "Time has not forgiven you." No signature, no return address. We. Who were we? My blood turned to ice. Forgiven me for what? For winding the clock? For escaping? And then this morning, I was walking downtown, trying to clear my head, taking a different route than usual. I live in a new city now, far from Charleston, hoping a change of scenery would help. I passed a small, dusty antique shop I'd never noticed before, its window crammed with the usual assortment of old curiosities. And there it was, my clock. It was sitting on a velvet stand, right in the center of the window display, the mahogany gleaming, the brass vines glinting in the morning sun. It was still beautiful, undeniably so. And as I watched, I could see the pendulum, that impossible Mobius strip, swinging slowly, rhythmically, unwinding the seconds. A small handwritten tag hung from one of the brass curls. I leaned closer, my heart a cold stone in my chest. The tag said, "Rare, one-of-a-kind wall clock. No refunds. Do not wind." It's still out there, waiting. And I can't help but wonder, as I walk away, trying not to look back, if that woman, E. Livingston, finally found her peace, or if I just bought her a little more time before the clock finds its next collector, its next victim, to take their place in its endless, sorrowful loop. And I wonder who we are, and when they'll decide time's forgiveness has run out for me. It all started when I needed a job, you know, just plain and simple. My savings were looking like a sad, empty piggy bank, and the city wasn't being kind. So, I signed up with this agency, Crescent Pine Housekeeping Services. They sounded fancy, said they worked with rich folks who liked things quiet and clean. I'm a quiet guy, pretty good at scrubbing things till they shine, so it seemed like a fit. I'd only been with them about a month, keeping my head down, doing my work real thorough. Then, out of the blue, my supervisor, a lady named Mrs. Gable, who always looked like she'd just smelled something bad, called me in. She handed me a thin folder. On the front, in neat black letters, it said, Aldercrest Estate. "This is a big one, Mark," she said, not meeting my eyes, which was her usual way. "High-profile client, very particular. You just go in, do your job, keep your mouth shut and your hands busy, understand?" I nodded. "Yes, ma'am." "Good. They need someone discreet. Your record's clean. You don't talk much. They'll like that. Discreet." That word hung in the air. The pay she mentioned was better than anything I'd seen so far, though. Good enough to make me ignore the little alarm bell going off in my head. The Aldercrest estate wasn't just in the countryside, it was way out there, near the edge of a place called Casvern. The drive itself was enough to give you the shivers. The road got narrower and bumpier, trees crowding in, their branches like gnarled old fingers. Fog was everywhere, thick and damp, clinging to the ground like a shroud. It made the woods around look like something out of a spooky old tale, full of silent, watching things and crumbling stone ruins peeking out from the mist. And then I saw the house. Mansion, really. It was huge, an old Victorian thing, probably grand in its day, but now it just looked tired and sad. Vines crawled all over the dark stone walls, like green veins, and shadows seemed to get caught in every corner, even in the middle of the day. It was perched up on a little rise, looking down at everything. Mrs. Gable hadn't mentioned it, but as I was getting directions at a little gas station miles back, the old guy behind the counter had called it the Weeping House. When I asked why, he just shook his head, his face going all pale, and said, "Some places just hold on to their tears, son. Best not to ask too many questions round here." No, I didn't like the sound of that, not one bit. But a job was a job. The family, well, they were something else. Mr. Renly Aldercrest was the man of the house. Mid-50s, I guessed. He was tall and thin, always dressed in dark suits that looked too stiff, like he was going to a funeral every day. His face was sharp, and his eyes were the kind that looked right past you, like you were a smudge on the wall he hadn't decided to clean yet. He gave orders in a low, clipped voice, every word measured out like it cost him something. He never wasted a word, and definitely never a smile. His wife, Clara, was different. She was pale, with long, dark hair that always seemed a bit messy, like she'd just gotten out of bed after a restless night. She moved through the giant, echoing rooms like a ghost herself, silent and slow. Her eyes had this far-off look, like she was watching a movie inside her head that no one else could see. Maybe a sad one, or a scary one. She almost never spoke. When she did, her voice was soft, like a whisper of wind through a crack in the window. She'd drift from room to room, sometimes just standing and staring at a wall, or out a window, for what felt like hours. It was like she was part of the old, faded wallpaper, blending right in. They told me there were 2 children. I saw the daughter, Geneva. She was about 10, I thought, a little slip of a thing, with pale skin like her mother and big dark eyes that seemed to see more than a kid should. She was polite enough, always said please and thank you in a tiny voice, but she had this habit of humming old lullabies, creepy little tunes that got stuck in your head, and sometimes I'd catch her just staring into the darkest corners of a room, like she was waiting for something to step out. She was a sweet kid, in a way, but there was a sadness about her, a quietness that wasn't quite right. The other child, the son, Tom, I never saw him, not once. His name was like a secret, whispered behind closed doors, or when they thought I wasn't listening. One evening at dinner, I was clearing plates, and Mr. Aldercrest raised his voice a little, talking about some business deal. Clara flinched, her hand going to her mouth. "He wouldn't like that, Renly," she'd whispered, her eyes wide with something like fear. Mr. Aldercrest just grunted and went quiet. Who was he? Tom, I guessed. But where was he? Sick? Away at school? No one ever said. It was like he was there and not there, all at the same time. The house itself was a maze. So many rooms, most of them dusty and filled with furniture covered in white sheets, like sleeping giants. Upstairs, there were 6 main bedrooms along a long, dark hallway. Only 5 of them were ever used, or so I was told. The master bedroom, Geneva's room, a couple of guest rooms that I had to keep ready even though no guests ever came, and one they called the 5th room, which was another guest room, smaller than the others. The 6th door, right at the very end of the hall, was always locked. I mean, always. There was no key in the lock, and it looked like it hadn't been opened in 100 years. Cobwebs draped over the doorknob like lace. It was about my 3rd week there, a Wednesday, I think. I was in that 5th room, the smaller guest bedroom. The sun was trying its best to peek through the grimy window, and the light that managed to get in made the dust motes dance in the air like tiny golden fairies. I was dusting the big, dark bookshelf that took up most of one wall. It was filled with old, leather-bound books, encyclopedias mostly, all lined up neat and tidy. Except for one thing. Tucked way in the back, between a fat volume of A and an equally fat volume of B, was a little wooden box. It wasn't very big, maybe the size of a shoebox for a child's shoes. It was plain dark wood, no carvings, no labels, nothing, just a simple brass latch on the front. I figured it needed dusting too, so I pulled it out. The wood felt strange. It was smooth, but also warm. Not hot, just noticeably warm to the touch, like it had been sitting in the sun, even though it was hidden in the shadows of the shelf. That was odd. Curiosity got the better of me. I mean, it wasn't my business, but it was just sitting there. I fiddled with the latch, and it clicked open easy, no resistance at all. Inside, there wasn't treasure, or old letters, or anything like that. It was just ash. A thick layer of fine, gray-black ash. It was soft, like powdered silk. And there was a smell. Faint, but definitely there. It smelled like burnt roses, a sweet, sad smell. But underneath that, there was something else. Something sour and sharp that tickled my nose in a bad way. The moment I opened it, the room went cold. I mean, 1 second it was just a stuffy old room. The next it felt like someone had opened a window in the middle of winter. A chill crawled right up my arms and onto the back of my neck, making the little hairs stand up. And then I heard it. A whisper, low and soft, like someone sighing, or maybe trying to say a word. It came from the hallway, right outside the open door. My head snapped up. I looked. No one. The hallway was empty, stretching away into dimness. The house was quiet. Too quiet. My heart was hammering in my chest like a trapped bird. I slammed the box shut, the latch clicking back into place. The warmth of the wood was gone. Now it just felt like old, cold wood. I pushed it back onto the shelf, shoving it deep behind the encyclopedias, trying to forget I'd ever seen it. But the smell, that strange, sweet, sour smell of burnt roses and something else, it clung to my clothes, to my skin. I couldn't get rid of it, no matter how much I tried to brush it off. That night, I had a dream, a really bad one. I was standing in a dark hallway, outside a closed door, and from behind the door, I could hear a boy screaming, a terrible, raw scream, like he was in awful pain. I woke up sweating, the sound of it still ringing in my ears. From that day on, things in the Aldercrest estate, they changed. Or maybe it was me that changed, me that started noticing things I hadn't before. The house itself seemed to fight back against my cleaning. I'd spend hours dusting a room, polishing wood until it gleamed, and the very next day, sometimes just hours later, it would be filthy again. Not just a little dusty, but covered in a thick, greasy layer of grime, like no one had touched it in years. It was frustrating and spooky. It was like the house was alive, and it didn't like being clean. Geneva, the little girl, she stopped talking to me. Before, she'd give me those shy little smiles, or hum her lullabies a bit louder when I was near. Now she'd just stare at me with those big, dark eyes of hers, no expression on her face. If I said hello, she'd turn and walk away, silent as a shadow. It made me feel awful, like I'd done something to scare her. The nights became the worst. The old house was full of creaks and groans, which was normal for a place that old. But then other sounds started. The grand piano in the drawing room, the one that was always kept closed and covered, I'd hear it playing in the middle of the night. Softly at first, just a few random notes, like someone was just brushing their fingers over the keys. But then it would become actual tunes, sad, disjointed melodies that drifted through the dark house, making my skin crawl. Mr. Aldercrest never said anything. Mrs. Aldercrest just seemed to float through it all. And the shadows. Oh man, the shadows. I started seeing things out of the corner of my eye. Quick movements, dark shapes darting just out of sight when I turned my head. I'd tell myself it was just my imagination. the play of light and shadow in that gloomy old place. But it happened too often. Sometimes I'd hear footsteps, not downstairs, where someone might be walking around, but upstairs, from inside that locked 6th room. Soft, shuffling footsteps, like someone pacing back and forth, and whispers. I'd be in my own small room in the staff quarters, trying to sleep, and I'd hear whispers seeming to come from right under my bed. I couldn't make out words, just sibilant, rustling sounds that made my blood run cold. One morning, it got really bad. I came upstairs to start cleaning, and there they were, muddy footprints, small ones, like a child's. They started right at the door of the locked 6th room, clear as day on the dusty wooden floorboards, and led straight to the narrow, rickety stairs that went up to the attic. My heart did a flip-flop. There was no way a child could have made those, no child I knew of anyway. I had to tell Mr. Aldercrest. I found him in his study, surrounded by stacks of old books. He listened to me without looking up from his papers, his face like stone. When I finished, he just shrugged, a tiny movement of his shoulders. "Rats," he said, his voice flat. "Big ones, probably. Or perhaps it's just your imagination, young man. This old house plays tricks on the mind." Rats? Those weren't rat prints, and my imagination wasn't that vivid. I wanted to argue, to tell him he was wrong, but the look in his eyes, cold and dismissive, shut me up. But the very next morning, the real kicker came. I woke up, and the first thing I saw, lying right there on my pillow, next to my head, was the little wooden ash box. My breath caught in my throat. I hadn't touched that box, hadn't even gone near that bookshelf in the 5th room, since the day I first found it. There was no way it could be there, no way at all, unless someone or something had put it there. The room was freezing cold, just like it had been when I first opened the box. And that smell, burnt roses and sourness, was thick in the air. It was Geneva who finally broke the silence, who gave me a clue about what was going on. A few days after the box appeared on my pillow, I'd hidden it away again, deep in my own closet this time under a pile of old newspapers. I found her in the drawing room. It was a gray, drizzly afternoon, and the room was dim, lit only by the weak light from the tall windows. She was sitting on the floor, a large sketch pad in her lap, a piece of charcoal clutched in her small, smudged fingers. She was humming one of her strange little lullabies, a tune that seemed to have no beginning and no end. I was just supposed to be dusting, but I couldn't help but glance over her shoulder at what she was drawing. My stomach dropped. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. She'd drawn me. There was no mistaking it. It was a sketch of someone lying in a bed, and the bed looked just like mine in the small staff room. And in the drawing, I was asleep. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was what she'd drawn under the bed. A hand. A small, shadowy hand, reaching out from the darkness, its fingers stretched out, just about to grab the ankle of the sleeping figure. My ankle. I must have made a sound, a gasp or something, because she stopped humming. She didn't look up, just kept her eyes on the paper, adding a little more shadow around the reaching hand. "You should go," she said, her voice so low I almost didn't hear it. It was flat, without any emotion, but it sent a shiver down my spine. "You should leave this house." My voice was shaky. "Geneva, what is that? Why did you draw that?" She finally looked up at me, her dark eyes huge in her pale face. There was something in them, something old and knowing that didn't belong in a child's eyes. "Tom doesn't like people touching his box," she whispered, and her eyes flicked down to where my own hands were, then back to my face. My blood ran cold. His box. So the ash box belonged to Tom, the brother I'd never seen, the one whose name was only a whisper. "Geneva," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, kneeling down a bit so I was closer to her level. "Your brother, Tom. Where is he? Why does he have a box of ashes?" She looked away, towards the darkest corner of the drawing room, the one that always seemed to hold more shadows than it should. Her voice was even softer now, barely audible. "He sleeps in the ashes now," she said. "That's why he's still here. He likes it in the box. It keeps him close." Sleeps in the ashes? Still here? My mind reeled. What did she mean? The sour smell, the cold, the screaming boy in my dream. It all started to connect in a horrible, impossible way. I felt sick. This wasn't just a strange family in a spooky old house. This was something much, much worse. I couldn't take it anymore. The whispers, the shadows, Geneva's terrifying drawing, and now her words about Tom sleeping in ashes. I had to know. I had to know what was in that locked 6th room. Mr. Aldercrest's explanation of rats for the footprints felt like a joke now, a cruel, dismissive lie. So that night, after the whole house had gone quiet, after the last light downstairs had been turned off, and the only sounds were the creaking of the old timbers and the distant sigh of the wind outside, I did something I probably shouldn't have. I went to the locked room. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would break right out of my chest. My hands were slick with sweat. I'd managed to sneak a set of old lock-picking tools from a rusty toolbox in the garden shed. I wasn't an expert, not by a long shot, but I was desperate. The hallway was pitch black. I used the tiny flashlight on my phone, shielding it with my hand so only a sliver of light escaped. The 6th door looked even more forbidding in the dark, the cobwebs on the knob like silver threads in the faint light. It took me what felt like forever, fumbling with the tense pins inside the old lock, my breath held tight in my lungs. Every little click and scrape of metal sounded like a gunshot in the silence. I was sure someone would hear, that Mr. Aldercrest would suddenly appear with his cold, accusing eyes. Then finally, a soft thunk. The lock turned. My hand trembled as I reached for the doorknob. It was cold, so cold it almost burned my skin. I turned it slowly, and the door creaked open with a long, mournful groan, like it was in pain. The air that hit me from inside the room was awful. It was thick, heavy, and freezing cold, even colder than when I'd opened the ash box. It smelled stale, like air that hadn't been breathed in decades. But underneath that, there was another smell. Faint, but unmistakable. That same smell from the box. Burnt roses, and that sharp, sour, acrid smell. Only stronger here, much stronger. It made my stomach churn. I stepped inside, shining my phone light around. It was a child's bedroom. Or it had been. It looked like it had been frozen in time, untouched for years and years. There was a small twin bed against one wall, the covers half thrown back, like someone had just gotten out of it. A little wooden nightstand beside it. A small closet, its door slightly ajar, showing a sliver of darkness within. Toys were scattered on the floor. A faded wooden train, a few building blocks, a stuffed bear with one button eye missing, sitting propped against a pillow. Hanging from the ceiling, directly above the bed, was a mobile of faded yellow stars and a silver crescent moon, gently swaying in a draft I couldn't feel. But it was the wall above the bed that made me stop breathing. There was a mark on it, a silhouette, roughly human-shaped and small, like a child. But it wasn't painted on. It was burnt, charred right into the wallpaper and the plaster underneath, a permanent dark stain against the faded pattern of little blue sailboats. It looked like something or someone had been pressed against the wall when there was a fire hot enough to leave this terrible, ghostly outline. The air was suffocating. I felt like I couldn't get enough breath. I took another step into the room, towards the bed, and then, with a deafening crash that made me yelp and jump a foot in the air, the door slammed shut behind me. Darkness. Total, absolute darkness. My phone clattered from my nerveless fingers, hitting the floor and the light winking out. Panic, cold and sharp, clawed at my throat. I spun around, fumbling for the doorknob, but my hands were shaking too much. Then came the screaming. It wasn't loud, not like a shout. It was worse. It was horribly soft, a continuous thin wail, like someone was crying in agony but trying to keep it quiet. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, echoing in the small, cold room. It was the same screaming I'd heard in my dream, the sound of a child in unimaginable pain, a sound that scraped at the inside of my skull, It sounded like someone was burning, slowly, from the inside out. I scrambled on the floor, desperate to find my phone, my fingers brushing against something soft and dusty, the old teddy bear. "Give it back," a voice whispered, and this time it wasn't from the hallway or under my bed. It was right here, in the room with me, close, too close. The voice was thin, reedy, like a child's, but filled with an ancient, chilling anger. My fingers finally closed around my phone. I fumbled with the button, and the light flickered back on, weak and shaky. I pointed it wildly around the room, and then I saw him, not on the floor, not by the door, on the ceiling, clinging there like a monstrous insect, a shape, a boy, or what used to be a boy. His form was blackened, charred, like he'd been rolled in soot and ash. His limbs were twisted at unnatural angles, his head lolled to one side. And his eyes glowed with a faint, terrible light, like dying embers in the darkness. He was looking right at me. "Give it back," he whispered again, the sound like dry leaves skittering across stone. His voice was in my head as much as in the air. "It's mine." And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, what he wanted. The ash box. It was in my room, hidden in my bag. He knew. He somehow knew. I don't know how I got out of that room. I think I just screamed and threw myself at the door, yanking at the knob until it finally, blessedly, opened. I tumbled out into the hallway, gasping for breath, the sound of that soft, terrible screaming still echoing in my ears. I ran back to my room, slammed the door, and shoved a chair under the knob, even though I knew it wouldn't do any good against whatever that was. The next morning, I looked like I hadn't slept in a week. My hands were still shaking. I knew I couldn't stay in that house another night, but I also knew I couldn't just leave, not after what I'd seen, not after what Geneva had said. I had to confront them. I had to know the truth. I found Mr. Aldercrest in his study, same as always. But this time, I didn't care about his coldness. I was too scared, too desperate. I told him everything, about the box, the cold, the whispers, Geneva's drawing, the locked room, the burnt silhouette, the boy on the ceiling. For a long time, he just sat there, staring at his desk. I thought he was going to call me a liar, or tell me I was crazy, or fire me on the spot. But then, something in him just broke. His stiff shoulders slumped. He covered his face with his hands, and when he spoke, his voice was rough, filled with a pain so deep it was shocking to hear from him. "Tom," he choked out. "My son. Our son." He told me the story. Years ago, Tom had been playing in that room, his bedroom. He'd found some matches. There was a fire, a terrible fast fire. They never recovered his body, only ashes. A handful of ashes, mixed with the soot and debris of his ruined room. Clara, his wife, had been inconsolable. She'd gathered what little ash they could find, put it in that small wooden box, and she refused to bury it. She said he wasn't really gone. She said, "He's not done yet." Mr. Aldercrest looked up at me then, his eyes bloodshot and filled with a despair that made me feel sick. The house. It agreed with her, I think. It kept him here, or he kept it active. He said that ever since then, strange things had happened. They'd tried to move on, but Tom didn't want them to. He wanted company. He was lonely and angry. The house seemed to feed on that anger, to amplify it. It was some kind of awful symbiotic relationship. The house kept Tom's spirit bound, and Tom in turn kept the house aware, malevolent. And then came the worst part. "Crescent Pine Housekeeping Services," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "I own it. It was a way to bring people here, quietly, discreetly." My blood turned to ice. "Bring people for what?" I asked, though a horrible understanding was already dawning on me. "Help," he said, looking away, ashamed. "Companionship for Thomas, offerings. He gets so lonely and so angry. The ones before you, some of them, they just disappeared. Workers who never came back. The agency would report them as having quit, moved on. No one asked too many questions. Fresh offerings. That's what I was. That's why Mrs. Gable had been so cagey, why the pay was so good. I wasn't there to clean the house. I was there to be consumed by it, by him. My stomach heaved. I felt trapped, like a fly in a spider's web, and the spider was a grieving, broken man and the ghost of his burnt son. I knew I had to get rid of the box. That seemed to be the source of it all, the anchor keeping Tom's angry spirit tethered to this world, to this house. That night, after Mr. Aldercrest's confession, after he'd basically locked himself in his study with a bottle of brandy, I took the ash box from my bag. It felt cold in my hands, pulsing with a faint, malevolent energy. I tried to burn it. I took it out to the old, rusty incinerator at the back of the gardens. I doused it with lighter fluid and threw in a match. The fluid flared up with a whoosh, but the box itself, it just sat there in the flames, untouched. The wood didn't even scorch. The fire burned around it, but the box remained, perfectly fine, as if the flames were just an illusion. No, that wasn't going to work. Desperate, I thought of the lake. There was a small, murky lake at the edge of the Aldercrest property, surrounded by weeping willows and reeds. In the dead of night, I crept out there, the box clutched in my hand. It felt heavier now, like it was filled with stones instead of ash. I stood on the rickety old wooden jetty, took a deep breath, and hurled the box as far as I could into the dark water. It hit the surface with a soft plop and disappeared into the blackness. I felt a moment of relief. Maybe, just maybe, that was it. But when I woke up the next morning, my heart sinking into my shoes, there it was, sitting on my bedside table, the wooden box. It wasn't even wet. It was just there, waiting for me, as if mocking my efforts. The smell of burnt roses and that sour, acrid tang was faint in the air around it. No, it wasn't going to be that easy. Later that day, Geneva found me. Her eyes were red and puffy, like she'd been crying for hours. She tugged on my sleeve, her small hand surprisingly strong. "You have to help him," she whispered, tears streaming down her pale cheeks. "Thomas, he's going to keep hurting people if you don't help him leave. He doesn't want to be like this. He's just stuck." Her words twisted something inside me. Hurt people? Was she talking about me? Or those other workers who had disappeared? And the idea that Tom himself didn't want this, that he was trapped too. It was a new thought. "How, Geneva?" I asked, my voice hoarse. "How do I help him leave? The box, it keeps coming back." She just shook her head, fresh tears spilling over. "I don't know, but you have to try. Mama won't. Mama won't." That led me to Clara. I found her in Tom's room, that horribly preserved child's bedroom with the burnt silhouette on the wall. The air in there was still freezing, still thick with that awful smell. Clara was sitting on the edge of the little twin bed, rocking back and forth, humming one of those same eerie lullabies Geneva always hummed, and in her lap she was cradling the ash box, holding it like it was the most precious thing in the world. Her arms... I gasped when I saw her arms. They were covered in marks, bite marks. Tiny, perfect little handprints, blistered and red, as if a small, burning hand had gripped her, again and again. She didn't seem to notice them, or if she did, she didn't care. She looked up at me when I entered, and her eyes had that same far-off, dreamy look, but there was something else there too, something fierce and possessive. She smiled, a strange, unsettling smile that didn't reach her eyes. "He gets upset sometimes," she said, her voice soft and melodic, gently stroking the wooden box. "But he always comes back to me. He's all I have left, you see. My boy." She looked down at the box, her smile becoming more tender. "I won't let him go," she whispered, more to the box than to me. "Never. He needs me." I backed out of the room, a cold dread filling me. Clara wasn't just grieving. She was lost in her grief, feeding the very thing that was destroying her, destroying everyone. She was as much a prisoner of that house, of that box, as Tom was. and I was caught in the middle. I knew then that I couldn't just run. Leaving meant someone else would come. Another helper, another offering. Geneva's tear-streaked face, her plea to help Tom. It stuck with me. And Clara, lost in her nightmare. Maybe there was no helping her. But Tom, a child, trapped in ash and anger. I wasn't a ghost hunter, or a priest. I was just a guy who cleaned houses. But I had to try something. I spent the rest of the day reading everything I could find on Mr. Aldercrest's dusty library shelves about ghosts, spirits, old rituals. Most of it was nonsense, folklore, but some things kept coming up. Salt, chalk, incense. Things that were supposed to purify, to protect, to help spirits move on. It was a long shot, a crazy shot, but it was all I had. That night, under the sliver of a crescent moon, I went back to Tom's room. The house was silent, holding its breath. I had a bag with me, a circle of salt from the kitchen, a few sticks of sandalwood incense I'd found in a drawer, and a piece of chalk from Geneva's art supplies. The room was as cold and oppressive as ever. The smell hit me like a fist. I could almost feel him there, watching me, waiting. I tried to burn it. I took it out to the old, rusty incinerator at the back of the gardens. I doused it with lighter fluid and threw in a match. The fluid flared up with a whoosh, but the box itself, it just sat there in the flames, untouched. The wood didn't even scorch. The fire burned around it, but the box remained, perfectly fine, as if the flames were just an illusion. No, that wasn't going to work. Desperate, I thought of the lake. There was a small, murky lake at the edge of the Aldercrest property, surrounded by weeping willows and reeds. In the dead of night, I crept out there, the box clutched in my hand. It felt heavier now, like it was filled with stones instead of ash. I stood on the rickety old wooden jetty, took a deep breath, and hurled the box as far as I could into the dark water. It hit the surface with a soft plop and disappeared into the blackness. I felt a moment of relief. Maybe, just maybe, that was it. But when I woke up the next morning, my heart sinking into my shoes, there it was, sitting on my bedside table, the wooden box. It wasn't even wet. It was just there, waiting for me, as if mocking my efforts. The smell of burnt roses and that sour, acrid tang was faint in the air around it. No, it wasn't going to be that easy. Later that day, Geneva found me. Her eyes were red and puffy, like she'd been crying for hours. She tugged on my sleeve, her small hand surprisingly strong. "You have to help him," she whispered, tears streaming down her pale cheeks. "Thomas, he's going to keep hurting people if you don't help him leave. He doesn't want to be like this. He's just stuck." Her words twisted something inside me. Hurt people? Was she talking about me? Or those other workers who had disappeared? And the idea that Tom himself didn't want this, that he was trapped too. It was a new thought. "How, Geneva?" I asked, my voice hoarse. "How do I help him leave?" "The box. It keeps coming back." She just shook her head, fresh tears spilling over. "I don't know, but you have to try. Mama won't." Mama won't. That led me to Clara. I found her in Tom's room, that horribly preserved child's bedroom with the burnt silhouette on the wall. The air in there was still freezing, still thick with that awful smell. Clara was sitting on the edge of the little twin bed, rocking back and forth, humming one of those same eerie lullabies Geneva always hummed, and in her lap she was cradling the ash box, holding it like it was the most precious thing in the world. Her arms... I gasped when I saw her arms. They were covered in marks, bite marks. Tiny, perfect little handprints, blistered and red, as if a small burning hand had gripped her again and again. She didn't seem to notice them, or if she did, she didn't care. She looked up at me when I entered, and her eyes had that same far-off, dreamy look, but there was something else there too, something fierce and possessive. She smiled, a strange, unsettling smile that didn't reach her eyes. "He gets upset sometimes," she said, her voice soft and melodic, gently stroking the wooden box. but he always comes back to me. He's all I have left, you see. My boy." She looked down at the box, her smile becoming more tender. "I won't let him go," she whispered, more to the box than to me. "Never. He needs me." I backed out of the room, a cold dread filling me. Clara wasn't just grieving. She was lost in her grief, feeding the very thing that was destroying her, destroying everyone. She was as much a prisoner of that house, of that box, as Tom was. And I was caught in the middle. I knew then that I couldn't just run. Leaving meant someone else would come. Another helper, another offering. Geneva's tear-streaked face, her plea to help Tom. It stuck with me. And Clara, lost in her nightmare. Maybe there was no helping her. But Tom, a child, trapped in ash and anger. I wasn't a ghost hunter, or a priest. I was just a guy who cleaned houses. But I had to try something. I spent the rest of the day reading everything I could find on Mr. Aldercrest's dusty library shelves about ghosts, spirits, old rituals. Most of it was nonsense, folklore, but some things kept coming up. Salt, chalk, incense. Things that were supposed to purify, to protect, to help spirits move on. It was a long shot, a crazy shot, but it was all I had. That night, under the sliver of a crescent moon, I went back to Tom's room. The house was silent, holding its breath. I had a bag with me, a circle of salt from the kitchen, a few sticks of sandalwood incense I'd found in a drawer, and a piece of chalk from Geneva's art supplies. The room was as cold and oppressive as ever. The smell hit me like a fist. I could almost feel him there, watching me, waiting. I drew a chalk circle on the floor, around the spot where the bed stood. I sprinkled salt all around it. I lit the incense, and the sweet, woody smoke curled up into the stale air, fighting against that awful burnt rose and sourness smell. My hands were shaking, but I tried to keep my voice steady. I took the ash box from my bag. It felt heavier than ever, almost vibrating in my hands. I placed it carefully in the center of the chalk circle, on the little bed. Then, I stepped back, just outside the circle. "Tom," I said, my voice sounding small and thin in the suffocating silence. "I know you're here, and I know you're hurting, but you don't belong here anymore. Not like this." Silence. The incense smoke wavered. The air grew colder. "Your sister, Geneva. She wants you to be free," I continued, my heart hammering. Maybe you want that too. This anger, this place. It's a prison." I took a deep breath. This was the hardest part. The only way I could think to break the cycle, to give him a choice, maybe. If you need someone to take your place, if you need to vent that anger so you can leave." I swallowed hard. "Then take me," I said aloud, my voice trembling but clear. "Take my energy, my fear, whatever it is you need. Just let this family go. Let yourself go." For a long, long moment, there was nothing. Absolute silence. The kind of silence that presses in on your eardrums, that feels like the whole world has stopped. Then, laughter. Not a child's laughter. It was cold, dry, ancient. It echoed around the room, seeming to come from the walls, from the ceiling, from the very air itself. It was filled with mockery and a deep, chilling bitterness. The laughter faded, and then came the screaming. That soft, terrible, continuous screaming, the sound of endless burning. It filled the room, filled my head, louder now, more intense. The incense sticks flared and died, snuffed out by an icy gust of wind that wasn't there. The chalk lines on the floor seemed to shimmer and distort. And then, a flash of fire. Not real fire, not like the fire that had burned the silhouette into the wall. This was different. A burst of cold, ethereal light, white and blinding, erupting from the ash box. It filled the room for a split second, searing my eyes even through my squeezed shut lids. I felt a wave of incredible cold, then intense heat, then a wrenching, tearing sensation, like something was being ripped away from me, or from the room itself. And then, just as suddenly, it was over. Silence. A different kind of silence. Not heavy and oppressive, but empty. The cold was still there, but it was just the cold of an old, unheated room, not the biting, supernatural chill from before. The awful smell of burnt roses and sourness, it was gone, faded, almost entirely. I opened my eyes, blinking. The room was dim, lit only by the faint moonlight filtering through the grimy window. The ash box still sat on the bed, but it looked different. Just an old wooden box. The air felt lighter. I didn't know what had happened. Did he take my offer? Did he leave? Or was this just another trick? I felt drained, empty, like I'd run a marathon. But the screaming had stopped. The oppressive presence was gone. Months passed. I left the Aldercrest estate the very next day. I didn't say goodbye to Mr. Aldercrest. I saw Geneva by the gate as my taxi pulled away. She gave me a small, sad wave. I didn't know if Tom was gone, truly gone, or if I'd just bought them a little time. The Crescent Pine Housekeeping Services website vanished from the internet a few weeks later. The phone number just rang and rang. It was like they'd never existed. The locals in Casvern started whispering new stories about the Aldercrest estate. Some said a fire, a real one this time, had finally taken the old mansion, late one stormy night. No bodies were ever recovered, they said. The whole family, Renly, Clara, even little Geneva, just gone, vanished like smoke. The weeping house finally wept its last. But sometimes, the stories continued, if you listened closely in the quiet of the Casvern woods. New workers, people from out of town who didn't know the legends, were still seen very occasionally, walking up the overgrown drive towards where the old property stood, even though no one was supposed to live there anymore. They'd be seen going in, but not always coming out. And one evening, in a nearby village, at another grand old estate that had just hired some new, inexpensive help through an agency no one had ever heard of, a young maid, new to the job and eager to please, went to turn down the bed in an unused guest room. There, on the freshly laundered pillow, sat a small, plain wooden box. It looked old, and it was faintly warm to the touch. The curse, it seems, hadn't ended. It had just moved down the hiring list, and the ashes were waiting. My name's Earl, and I've been driving trucks for what feels like a lifetime, but it's really been just about 12 years now. My ride, she's a beauty, a 2005 Peterbilt 379. Got this deep cherry red paint job that gleams under the sun, you know? And these tall chrome stacks, they just shine. She's got that classic long nose, the kind that cuts through the wind, and a sleeper cab that's my little home on the road. It always smells a bit like diesel fuel, a smell I've grown to love, mixed with the strong bitter scent of black coffee, the kind that keeps your eyes peeled open on those long, dark nights. She ain't the newest or the quickest rig on the highway, not by a long shot, but she's all mine. Every mile we've traveled together. Out here on the open road with the engine humming that low rumble beneath me, that's where I feel like I truly belong. The blacktop, it's like it's in my blood. I feel free, like a bird soaring, just me and the endless ribbon of road unwinding ahead. This one night, I remember it clear as day, I was hauling a load of medical equipment. Real important stuff, the dispatcher kept saying. An urgent consignment, he called it, going all the way from Amarillo, Texas, to Phoenix, Arizona. The schedule was tight, tighter than a new pair of boots. No delays, Earl, absolutely no delays, the dispatcher had barked into the phone, his voice all crackly and stressed. I could almost feel his breath on my neck, even though he was miles and miles away. I'd pulled out of Amarillo right as the sun was dipping low, painting the big Texas sky in shades of orange and purple. The desert highway stretched out before me, a long, dark snake just yawning into the distance. It looked empty, almost like the world had ended and I was the only one left. Endless, that's the word for it. It must have been way past midnight, the kind of dark where you feel like you're the only soul awake in the whole wide world. I was getting close to a little sign, a green one with white numbers, that read, Mile Marker 17. And that's when I saw it. My heart jumped into my throat. Up ahead, off to the side of the road, there was a car. A sedan looked like. It had gone way off the asphalt and smashed right into a big, thorny mesquite tree. The front end was all crumpled up like a piece of waste paper. Steam, or maybe it was smoke, was hissing out from under the twisted hood, making these eerie sounds in the quiet night. The car's headlights were busted, but my big rig's lights lit up the scene. Little bits of glass were scattered all over the road, sparkling like someone had thrown a handful of fallen stars onto the blacktop. I eased my Peterbilt over to the shoulder, the air brakes hissing as I slowed down. My headlights washed over the wrecked car, and I could see him then, the driver. He was slumped over the steering wheel, still, too still. There was something dark staining his shirt, running down the front. Even from my cab, I could see his face was pale, pale as a ghost, like all the blood had drained right out of him. Ash, that's what it looked like. I killed my engine. The sudden silence felt heavy, pressing in on me. My boots made this crunching sound on the broken bits of plastic and glass as I walked towards the wreck. The air smelled sharp, like burnt oil, and something else, something metallic that made my stomach clench. "Hey!" I yelled out, my voice sounding louder than I meant it to in the stillness. "Hey, mister! Can you hear me?" I got closer, real slow. The driver's side door was bent all funny, half open. His head moved, just a little bit. Then his eyes, they flickered open. They looked glassy, like doll's eyes, and they were fading, like a light bulb about to burn out. His lips, they were pale too, and they trembled when he tried to speak. "Help," he whispered, so quiet I almost didn't hear it. His voice was like dry leaves rustling. "Please, help me." I just stood there for a second, frozen. My mind raced. I looked back over my shoulder at my rig, my beautiful Peterbilt, standing there all lit up. I thought about that urgent load of medical gear. I thought about Phoenix. I thought about the dispatcher and his tight schedule. The clock in my head was just ticking, loud. Tick-tock, tick-tock. That freight, it couldn't be late. People were probably waiting for it. Lives, maybe. He tried to lift his hand, that poor fella. It was shaking something awful, reaching out towards me, just a little. His fingers were stained dark, but I turned away. I actually turned my back on him. I can still feel that moment, like a brand on my soul. "I'm sorry," I mumbled, the words tasting like dirt in my mouth. I can't." I didn't even look back. I climbed back up into my cab, my hands fumbling for the door handle, slammed it shut. The sound echoed in the quiet desert. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely grip the steering wheel. I fired up the engine, that familiar rumble suddenly feeling wrong, like a judgment. I put her in gear and pulled back onto the highway. I didn't look in my mirrors. I just drove. As I picked up speed, the wind whipping past my open window, I started talking to myself, trying to make it okay. He might have been dying anyway, I told the darkness. Too far gone. Nothing I could do. Liar. Someone else will come by soon, I whispered. A cop, an ambulance, someone. More lies. It's not my fault, not my responsibility. But deep down, way down in that quiet place inside you where the truth lives, I knew. I knew I was a coward. I knew I'd done a terrible thing. The weight of it settled on me, heavy as a load of steel. The first dream, it came 2 nights later. I was parked at a truck stop just outside of Flagstaff, trying to get some sleep in my bunk. But sleep, it didn't want anything to do with me. When I finally did drift off, it wasn't restful. I was right back there, at that crash scene, mile marker 17. The smell of burnt oil and that metallic tang of blood, it was so real I could almost taste it. But this time it was different. I wasn't the one standing outside, looking in. No, sir. This time I was the one pinned behind the wheel of that crumpled sedan. I could feel the sharp pain in my chest, like my ribs were cracking with every single breath I tried to take. I could feel the warm stickiness of blood seeping through my shirt, just like I'd seen on him. I tried to call out, but my voice was trapped in my throat. And then I saw him, standing outside the car, where I had stood. Except it wasn't just any man. It was me, my own self, looking in at me, trapped and dying. My other self, his face was blank, no emotion at all. He just looked for a moment, a long, cold moment. And then, he turned his back. He just turned and walked away, disappearing into the darkness, leaving me there to die. I woke up with a gasp, sitting bolt upright in my bunk. My heart was hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I was drenched in cold sweat, my t-shirt sticking to my skin. The smell of diesel and coffee in my cab suddenly made me feel sick. It took me a long time to realize where I was, to remember that it was just a dream, but it felt too real, way too real. After that first nightmare, it was like a switch had been flipped. He came every night. Or I guess I went back to him every night in my sleep. Sometimes in the dreams, I'd see the man, Thomas Grail I'd later learn his name was, just standing by the side of the road as I drove past. He wouldn't wave, wouldn't try to flag me down. He'd just be there, a dark shape in the periphery of my vision, watching me go by. His eyes, even in the dream darkness, they seemed to burn right through me. Other times I'd be driving, and I'd feel this weird sensation like I wasn't alone in the cab. I'd glance in my side mirror, the big convex one that shows you what's behind, and I'd see him. Not sitting next to me, thank God, but walking slowly, steadily, right behind my truck, keeping pace no matter how fast I was going. His face, when I could make it out in the fleeting glimpses, it wasn't right. It was broken, split open on one side, like the impact had laid the skin bare. I could see the white glint of bone through the torn, bloody flesh. His eyes were always fixed on me, accusing. He never said a word in those dreams. He didn't have to. That stare, it said everything. It screamed, "You did this. You left me." The silence was almost worse than if he'd been shouting. It was a heavy, knowing silence that pressed down on me, suffocating me. One night, I was on a lonely stretch, somewhere in New Mexico, I think. The desert was black as pitch outside my windows. I had the radio on low, just some old country station, trying to keep myself company, trying to fight off the sleep I was starting to dread. Suddenly, the music cut out. Just like that, replaced by this awful crackling static, like the air itself was tearing apart. My heart leaped into my throat. I reached out to change the station, my hand shaking. And then, through the static, his voice came. It wasn't a shout, wasn't angry, not really. It was a whisper, barely there, thin and reedy, like the wind whistling through a cracked window pane. But I heard it clear as a bell. "You left me." Just those 3 words. But they hit me like a punch to the gut. The air in the cab went ice cold, so cold I could see my breath fogging in front of my face, even though it was a warm night. I slammed the radio off, my fingers fumbling with the knob. I sat there, gripping the wheel, my whole body trembling. The silence that followed was even worse than the static, filled with the echo of that terrible, quiet accusation. I drove the rest of that night with no radio, just the sound of my own ragged breathing and the thump-thump of my terrified heart. I started losing sleep, big time. How could I sleep, knowing what was waiting for me in the dark? Some nights I'd just drive straight through, pushing myself way past exhaustion, my eyes burning, my body aching, just to avoid closing my eyes. When I did try to rest, I'd jolt awake every hour or so, heart pounding, covered in that same damn cold sweat. Food lost its taste. I started losing weight, my jeans getting loose around my waist. My face in the mirror looked gaunt, with dark circles under my eyes like bruises. I told myself it was just guilt. Guilt was a powerful thing. I knew that. It could eat a man alive from the inside out. It was stress, I said. Paranoia. Just my mind playing tricks on me because of what I'd done. Or rather, what I hadn't done. I tried everything to fight it. I'd leave the radio off completely, terrified of hearing that voice again. The silence was heavy, but it was better than that. I started sleeping with the little overhead light on in my sleeper bunk, like a kid scared of the dark. It didn't help much. The shadows still danced in the corners, and every little creak of the truck settling made me jump. I even tried praying. Me, Earl, who hadn't set foot in a church since my mama made me go as a boy. I'd whisper these desperate, clumsy prayers into the darkness of my cab. Prayers I didn't really believe in, begging for forgiveness, for peace, for just one night of dreamless sleep. But it seemed like nobody was listening. Or maybe the one I was praying to knew I didn't deserve any peace, because it didn't get better. No, it got worse. A whole lot worse. I'd wake up sometimes, not in my bunk, but slumped over the steering wheel. The engine would be cold. I'd be parked in some strange place, a deserted rest area I didn't remember pulling into, or on the gravel shoulder of some back road I'd never seen before in my life. My head would be fuzzy, and I'd have this terrifying blank spot in my memory, hours missing. How did I get here? Did I drive in my sleep? The thought sent a shiver down my spine. Then my GPS started acting up. 1 minute it'd be showing me the route to, say, Denver, and the next, without me touching a thing, the map would just redraw itself. The little line showing my path would snake off in a new direction. And always, it was trying to take me back towards that desolate stretch of highway in Arizona, back towards mile marker 17. I learned to ignore the GPS, relying on my old paper maps, but it was eerie, like the truck itself had a mind of its own, a will that was pulling me back to that place of my shame. I started avoiding that whole stretch of Interstate 40 like it was the plague. I'd take longer routes, go hundreds of miles out of my way, just so I wouldn't have to pass mile marker 17. But it didn't matter. He wasn't tied to that spot on the road. He was tied to me. He followed. I'd still catch glimpses of him in my mirrors, that pale, broken face. I'd still hear the whispers, not on the radio anymore, but in the sigh of the wind, in the hum of the tires on the asphalt, sometimes even in my own head when it was quiet. I'd see other drivers at the truck stops, gathering for coffee, shooting the breeze. Some of them knew me, guys I'd run into here and there over the years. They'd say, "Earl, you okay? You look like you've seen better days." I'd just mumble something about a tough run or not enough sleep. How could I tell them? How could I say I was being haunted by a man I'd left to die on the side of the road? They'd think I was crazy. Lock me up, maybe. One time, I was at a Greasy Spoon diner, way out in the middle of nowhere. An old guy, a trucker with a face like a road map and eyes that had seen too many miles. He sat down across from me. He just looked at me for a long minute, sipping his coffee. Then he said, real quiet, "You look like hell, son. Like you seen a ghost." I just stared down into my cup, the coffee gone cold. I couldn't answer him. I couldn't even meet his eyes. He just grunted, shook his head slowly, and went back to his meal. But his words, they stuck with me. Like you seen a ghost. He had no idea how right he was. I was becoming a ghost myself, haunted and hollowed out. One night, it all just got to be too much. I was parked at a dusty, wind-blown truck stop somewhere in western New Mexico. The dreams had been particularly bad. I'd woken up screaming, my own voice raw in my throat. I couldn't take it anymore. I felt like I was coming apart at the seams, like my mind was a fragile thing about to shatter into a million pieces. I had to do something. I couldn't keep running, not from him, not from myself. I pulled my rig into the next small town I came across. It was one of those places that time seemed to have forgotten, with a sleepy main street and buildings that looked like they hadn't changed in 50 years. I found the local library. It was a small, quiet building, smelling of old paper and floor wax. I felt out of place in my dusty jeans and work boots, but the librarian, a kind-faced woman with glasses perched on her nose, just smiled and pointed me towards the newspaper archives and the public computers. I started digging. I didn't even know what I was looking for at first. But I had a date, the date of the accident, and a location, mile marker 17. I scrolled through old online news articles, my fingers clumsy on the keyboard. And then I found it. A small article, buried on page 3 of a local Arizona paper's website. Fatal accident on Interstate 40. My breath hitched. The report was brief. Man's name was Thomas Grail, 42 years old, divorced. He worked for a company that installed heating and air conditioning systems. Just an ordinary guy. The report said he had no family listed, no next of kin they could find right away. died of internal bleeding at the scene. The last line hit me like a physical blow. No other vehicles were reported to have stopped at the scene. No one. Just me, driving away. A wave of nausea washed over me. Thomas Grail. He had a name. He had a life, even if it was a lonely one. And I had left him there, alone in the dark, to bleed out on the side of the road. The guilt, it wasn't just a feeling anymore. It was a crushing weight, a physical pain in my chest. I kept digging, fueled by a desperate need to know more, to do something. I found an online obituary, even shorter than the news report. It mentioned a church that handled the arrangements. St. Michael's, in a little town not too far from the crash site. A long shot, but I had to try. I found the cemetery. It was just like the town, old and a little bit forgotten. It was out behind St. Michael's, a small, weathered wooden church with a leaning steeple. The grass on the graves was long and dry, and many of the headstones were old, tilting, their inscriptions faded by time and weather. It felt like a place where forgotten people came to rest, like Thomas Grail. It took me a while, walking up and down the rows, my boots stirring up dust, and then I saw it, a newer stone, plain and simple, tucked away in a quiet corner under a sprawling, leafless tree. Thomas Grail. Born 1963. Died 2005. Rest in peace. That was it. So little to mark a whole life. I'd stopped at a gas station on the way and bought some flowers. They weren't much, just a small bunch of carnations, the kind they sell by the checkout counter. They looked out of place in my big, calloused hand. I stood there in front of his grave for a long time, the wind rustling the dry leaves in the trees above, making a sound like whispers. The sky was a pale, washed-out blue. I didn't know what to say. What could I say? Finally, I just dropped to my knees in the dusty earth. The flowers fell from my hand. "I should have helped you," I whispered, my voice thick, choked with tears I hadn't realized were coming. They streamed down my face, leaving hot tracks in the dust on my cheeks. "I'm so sorry, Tom. I was scared. I was selfish." The words tumbled out, raw and ragged. I thought I had more important things to do. That damn schedule, that freight, it seemed so important then. A gust of wind blew harder across the lonely hill, whipping my hair around my face. The dry leaves in the trees rattled like bones. It was a mournful sound. "I was wrong," I said, sobbing openly now, not caring who heard, though there was no one around but the silent stones and the whispering wind. "So wrong. I'll carry this for the rest of my life, Tom. I know I deserve to. But if you can hear me, if you're out there somewhere, I'm sorry. I truly, truly am. From the bottom of my miserable heart." I stayed there for what felt like hours, kneeling in the dirt, the tears slowly drying on my face, leaving salty streaks. I talked to him, told him about my life, about my truck, about the road. It felt foolish, talking to a cold piece of granite, but I couldn't stop. It was like lancing a wound, letting all the poison out. Eventually, exhaustion just took over. I must have slumped against the gravestone, because the next thing I knew, the sun was climbing into the morning sky, painting the clouds pink and orange. I woke up stiff and cold, my knees aching, dirt caked on my jeans. My head felt strangely clear, though, lighter than it had in weeks. As I got to my feet, brushing myself off, I found something strange, something that made the hairs on the back of my neck prickle. There, in the soft dirt beside Tom Grail's grave, were tire marks. Not just any tire marks. I knew my tires. I knew every groove, every line of the tread on my Peterbilt. These were my exact brand, my exact treads, freshly made, as if my truck had been parked right there beside his grave all night long while I slept. But my rig was parked way down by the church, a good 100 yards away. I hadn't driven it up here. I was sure of it. Or was I? Those missing hours, those times I'd woken up in strange places. A cold dread trickled down my spine. It was like he, or something, wanted me to know he knew I'd come, that he'd been there with me. After that night in the cemetery, the bad dreams, the ones where I was trapped or where Tom's broken face stared at me, They changed. They didn't stop right away, not completely, but the terror started to fade. He didn't haunt me with that raw, accusing pain anymore. Then, about a week later, I had a different kind of dream. Just once. Only this one time. I dreamed I was sitting on an old wooden bench out in the middle of the desert. The sun was setting, casting long shadows from the saguaro cacti. It was peaceful, quiet, and Tom Grail was sitting there beside me. In the dream, he didn't look like he did in the wreck or in those awful glimpses in my mirror. His face was whole, unblemished. His eyes, they weren't fading or glassy anymore. They were calm, clear, and kind of sad but not angry. He wasn't wearing that blood-stained shirt. He just looked like a regular guy, maybe a little tired, but at peace. We sat there for a while in comfortable silence, just watching the desert colors change. Then, he turned to me. He didn't smile exactly, but his expression was gentle. "You're listening now," he said, his voice soft, not a whisper like before, but a normal, human voice. "Thank you." And then, just like that, he started to fade. Not in a scary way, but like mist burning off in the morning sun. He just dissolved into the desert air, into dust motes dancing in the last rays of sunlight, until he was gone. I woke up, and for the first time in what felt like forever, I didn't feel that crushing weight on my chest. There was a sense of quiet in my cab, a stillness that wasn't threatening. It wasn't like a heavy burden had been completely lifted, no. The guilt, the memory of what I'd done, that would always be a part of me. I knew that. I'd carry it. But the haunting, the active torment, it felt like that had eased. Like maybe, just maybe, Tom had found some kind of rest, and maybe, by finally facing it, by saying I was sorry, I'd found a tiny piece of it too. But the weight of that night, of my choice, it never really left me completely. It settled deep in my bones, a constant reminder. Every time I have to drive that stretch of I-40 now, every time I see the sign for mile marker 17 approaching, I slow down. My hands grip the wheel a little tighter. I check the side of the road, both sides, my eyes scanning the darkness, the ditches, the trees. And sometimes, if it's late and the road is empty, I stop. I pull my rig over onto the shoulder, right about where his car was. I kill the engine and just sit there for a few minutes, in the quiet, just to look, to remember, because I know deep in my gut that someone will crash there again, or somewhere else along these lonely highways. Someday, someone else will be in trouble, needing help. It's the nature of the road. It gives, and it takes. And this time, if it's me who sees them, I won't drive away. I swear that on Tom Grail's memory. I won't make that same mistake twice. That's the promise I made to him, and to myself, standing by that lonely grave. I still run the highways. It's what I do. It's who I am. My Peterbilt, she's a little older now, got a few more miles on her, a few more dents and scratches. And so have I. My hair's got more gray in it than it used to, and there are lines etched around my eyes that weren't there before. The road takes its toll, on machines and on men, but I'm different now. I don't run from things anymore. Not from the memories, not from the guilt, not from the responsibility that comes with being a human being sharing this world, this road, with other folks. I've learned that some ghosts, they aren't out there to hurt you. Not really. Some of them, like Tom, I think they're just lost. They're just waiting. Waiting for someone to acknowledge them, to hear their story, to simply say, I see you. I'm sorry. And sometimes, just sometimes, that simple, honest act is enough. Enough to let them rest, to let them finally move on from the place of their pain. But it's never enough to let you forget. No, never that. You carry it with you, a quiet reminder, a phantom load, and you learn to live with it, to be better because of it. You learn to keep your eyes open, not just for the road ahead, but for the folks who might need a hand along the way. You learn to stop. I've never been the sort of guy who believed in curses, you know, ghosts and goblins, things that go bump in the night. I always figured there was a logical reason for stuff like that. Loose floorboards, old pipes, an overactive imagination. That's probably why I didn't pay much mind to the warning. It was scratched right there, on the underside of the fancy display base, the part that hugged the black velvet where the glass figure used to sit. The letters were spidery, dug in deep, like someone was desperate to make their point. Latin, it looked like. Risus novissimus, semper spectabit. Even now, the words send a shiver down my spine, a cold I can't quite shake. Back then, though, I just sort of chuckled. Figured it was some old-timey sales trick, something the antique shop cooked up to make folks think they were buying a piece of haunted history, something extra special and spooky. It translated to something like, the final smile, it always watches. Creepy, sure, but I wasn't buying it, not the curse part anyway. But looking back now, after everything that's happened, after all the sleepless nights and the creeping dread that's become my shadow, well, let's just say I see things differently. If I could, I'd give anything, absolutely anything, just to unsee that grin, just to go back to that day and walk away. But you can't unring a bell, can you? And you sure can't unsee a smile that's burned itself onto the back of your eyes. It's there when I close them, waiting, always waiting. I've always had a thing for forgotten things, bits and pieces of the past that other people might call junk. Some folks collect stamps, others collect coins. Me? I collect oddities. The weirder, the better, that's my motto. Give me a dusty mechanical doll with one eye missing, or a stuffed bird with those unsettling glass eyes that seem to follow you, or maybe an old rusted music box that still cranks out a creepy, out-of-tune waltz. Those are the things that speak to me, that have stories locked inside them. My den, well, it's less of a room and more of a museum of the peculiar. My friends think I'm a bit eccentric, maybe a little morbid. My mom just sighs and says I need a new hobby, but for me, it's a passion. It's like rescuing little pieces of history from being lost forever. So, there I was, on one of my treasure hunting trips. This time I was driving through Vermont, up in the Green Mountains. The leaves were starting to turn, all fiery reds and brilliant oranges, but the day was gray and drizzly. Mist hung heavy in the air, clinging to the trees and swallowing the road ahead. I was on a back road, one of those winding ones that probably hadn't seen fresh pavement since my granddad was a kid. I wasn't really heading anywhere specific, just following my nose, hoping to stumble upon some forgotten little town with a dusty antique shop or a promising barn sale. That's how I found Comlet, or maybe, how Comlet found me. I'd never seen it on any map, never heard anyone mention it. It just sort of appeared. One minute I was driving through dense forest, the mist so thick I could barely see the hood of my truck, and the next, the trees thinned out, and there it was, a small, sunken stretch of old, crooked houses and closed-up shops. It looked like a town that time had tripped over and just left behind, forgotten and decaying. The air felt different there, heavy and still, like the fog itself was holding its breath. I wasn't planning to stop. Honestly, the place gave me a bit of the creeps. It felt deserted, like a ghost town still trying to pretend it was alive. But then, I don't know, something pulled at me. A little nudge, a whisper in the back of my mind. Or maybe it was just my collector's instinct kicking in, telling me there might be something interesting hidden away in all that gloom. And that's when I saw it, tucked away between a building with bricked-up windows that might have been an old apothecary, and a barber shop with faded, peeling paint and permanently drawn shutters. Verglas Curiosities. The name was hand-painted on a weathered wooden sign, the gold leaf flaking and dull. The windows of the shop were grimy, streaked with dust and rain, so dark it was hard to see inside. It didn't look open, not really. But the door was just a little ajar, a sliver of darkness inviting me in. Against my better judgment, a little thrill of anticipation went through me. This was exactly the kind of place where you found the really unique stuff. I pushed the door open, and a little bell tinkled somewhere deep inside, a faint, lonely sound. The air that wafted out was thick, a potent mix of smells I knew well from other old shops, wood rot, the sharp scent of camphor, like old mothballs and something else. Something faintly sweet, but with an edge to it, like lavender that had been left to decay for far too long. It wasn't entirely unpleasant, but it was heavy. It settled in my lungs, making the air outside feel fresh and clean by comparison. The inside was even dimmer than I expected, crowded with shelves and tables piled high with all sorts of things. Shadows clung to the corners, and the only light came from a couple of bare, dusty bulbs hanging from the ceiling and the weak gray light filtering through the dirty windows. It took my eyes a moment to adjust. Behind a cluttered counter at the back, almost lost in the gloom, sat an old woman. She was tiny, bird-like, wrapped in a dark shawl despite the stuffiness of the shop. Her face was a road map of wrinkles, and her eyes, when she finally lifted them to look at me, were like old, faded photographs. She didn't say a word. No hello, no can I help you? She just gave a slow, single nod, then gestured with a bony hand towards the labyrinth of objects, a silent invitation to explore. Her silence was unsettling, more so than if she'd been a grumpy, talkative shopkeeper. It made the shop feel even more like a tomb. I started to wander, my footsteps creaking on the old wooden floorboards. There was so much to see. Tarnished silver, chipped porcelain dolls with vacant stares, stacks of yellowed books with cracked leather spines, strange scientific instruments I couldn't identify. It was a collector's dream, or maybe a hoarder's paradise. And then, on a small velvet-draped table, almost hidden behind a stack of old maps, I saw it. It was a bust, a sculpture of a head and shoulders, maybe no taller than a child's head. It was made of glass, a milky, semi-translucent glass that seemed to glow faintly, even in the dim light. It was mounted on a heavy, polished black plinth that looked like obsidian. It was clearly meant to be human-shaped, but the face... oh, that face. It was stretched into the most grotesque, unsettling grin I had ever seen. It wasn't a happy grin, not joyful or friendly. No, not at all. It was permanent, fixed, uncomfortable to look at. The mouth was pulled wide, unnaturally wide, stretching the cheeks tight, making them look like thin, taut leather. The lips were thin too and oddly cracked, like fine lines on old porcelain that was about to shatter. But the eyes were the worst part. They were just blank glass orbs, perfectly smooth, but slightly fogged from within, as if you were looking at someone staring back at you through a frosted window pane on a winter's day. They held no expression, no spark of life, yet they felt intensely focused, like they were seeing right through me. It was hideous, truly, deeply hideous, the kind of thing that would give a kid nightmares for a week. And yet there was a strange kind of beauty to it too, a chilling craftsmanship. The way the glass flowed, the subtle curves, the sheer audacity of that unending, awful smile. It was repellent, but I couldn't look away. It was like a car wreck. You know you shouldn't stare, but some morbid curiosity just roots you to the spot. There was a small yellowed tag attached to the plinth with a piece of string. The handwriting was spidery, old-fashioned. It simply read, Grinner, 1874. Do not place near mirrors. Do not place near mirrors. My collector's heart gave a little flutter. Warnings like that? They were like catnip to me. It just added to the mystique, the story. I imagined some superstitious previous owner, spooked by their own reflection next to that awful grin. The price wasn't cheap, but it wasn't outrageous either, not for something so unique, so unsettlingly captivating. Of course, I had to have it. I didn't even haggle. I carried it to the counter, the obsidian base cold and heavy in my hands. The old woman looked at the bust, then at me. Her faded eyes seemed to hold a flicker of something. Pity? Warning? I couldn't tell. She just took my money, her fingers dry and cool like old paper, and wrapped the grinner in a piece of yellowed newspaper, tying it with string. Still no words. Not a single one. As I left the shop, the little bell tinkled again, a faint, mournful sound, like a goodbye. The mist outside seemed to have thickened, and the town of Comlet already felt like it was fading back into the fog, like a dream you can't quite hold on to when you wake up. I had my prize, though, and at that moment, that's all that mattered. I couldn't wait to get it home, to find the perfect spot for it in my den, among my other strange treasures. That grin. It was already starting to get under my skin, in a way I found disturbingly exciting. I brought the grinner home that evening, the sky already dark and spitting rain. The drive back had been quiet, just the hum of the tires on the wet road and the occasional glimpse of that unsettling smile in my rearview mirror when the newspaper wrapping slipped a bit. I remember feeling a strange mix of triumph and a tiny nagging unease, like a splinter I couldn't quite find. My den is my sanctuary, filled with the things I love. I carefully unwrapped the bust, the old newspaper crinkling softly. There it was, that awful, captivating grin. I found a spot for it on a sturdy oak shelf, right between an antique brass diving helmet that looked like something out of a Jules Verne novel, and a beautifully preserved embalmed raven under a glass dome, its black eyes glinting. It fit right in, yet it also stood out, its pale glass almost luminous in the lamplight. It seemed to watch me as I moved around the room, that fixed smile never wavering. That first night, things started to get weird. I was in bed trying to read, but I couldn't concentrate. My mind kept drifting back to the grinner, to its blank eyes and that too wide mouth. I told myself it was just the novelty of a new, creepy acquisition. Eventually, I drifted off to sleep, or so I thought. Sometime in the dead of night, I woke up. Not suddenly, but slowly, like I was surfacing from deep water. The house was silent, the kind of heavy silence that presses in on you. And then I heard it. Soft chimes. They were faint, delicate, like tiny glass bells tinkling in a breeze. Or maybe like wind moving through a collection of crystal glasses. It was a beautiful sound in a way, but also incredibly eerie because all my windows were closed and locked. There was no breeze. I lay there, frozen, listening. The chimes came and went, soft and unpredictable. I strained my ears, trying to figure out where they were coming from. My den? It seemed to be. But my glass collection, all the little perfume bottles and paperweights, they were all secure in their cabinets. Nothing could have shifted them. I got out of bed, my heart thumping a little faster than usual. I crept to the den door and listened. Silence. I slowly opened the door and peered in. The grinner sat on its shelf, exactly where I'd left it, its smile aimed at the doorway, almost like it was waiting for me. Nothing else seemed out of place. I checked the windows, sealed tight. I gently touched the glass cabinets. No vibration, no movement. It made no sense. I told myself it must have been the house settling, or maybe a dream. Yeah, probably just a dream. Then came the real dream, or what I hoped was a dream. I was standing in my den, but it was pitch black. I couldn't see my hands in front of my face. I felt that heavy, oppressive silence again, the kind that makes your ears ring. I knew somehow that the grinner wasn't on its shelf. I reached out, fumbling in the dark, and my hand touched cool, smooth glass. Not the bust, though. It was a mirror, a big one, where the shelf with the grinner should have been, and in the faint, ghostly light that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, I saw my reflection. It was me, all right, but I was grinning that same horrible, stretched, unnatural smile as the bust. My eyes were wide and empty, just like its. A cold dread, so intense it felt like ice water flooding my veins, washed over me. Then, behind my grinning reflection, another face began to form in the shadows. It was hazy at first, like smoke, but then it sharpened. A face made of pale, milky glass, just like the bust. And it was smiling, too, its features slowly resolving into that same grotesque, familiar grin. It was getting closer, leaning in from the darkness behind me. I woke up with a gasp, my whole body drenched in cold sweat. My heart was slamming against my ribs like a trapped bird desperate to escape. The sheets were tangled around my legs. I sat bolt upright, panting, staring into the darkness of my bedroom. The dream was so vivid, so real. The image of my own face, twisted into that awful smile, and that other glass face looming behind me. It was seared into my mind. It's just stress, I told myself, my voice a shaky whisper in the quiet room. I'd been working a lot, a few tight deadlines at my job. Yeah, stress and that creepy new bust playing on my imagination. I got up, drank a glass of water and tried to shake it off, but the unease lingered, a cold knot in my stomach. That explanation felt thin, too easy. like I was trying to convince myself of something I didn't truly believe. No, not yet. Over the next few nights, things didn't get better. In fact, they got worse. The dreams kept coming, each one a little different, but always featuring that awful, grinning reflection of myself and the glass figure lurking nearby. I started to dread going to sleep. I'd lie in bed, tense and anxious, listening for those faint, ghostly chimes that sometimes still whispered through the house. And it wasn't just the dreams. Little things started happening when I was awake, things I couldn't explain. Sometimes I'd wake up in the morning, groggy and unrested, and I'd have this weird feeling. I'd go into the den, and the grinner wouldn't be quite where I remembered leaving it, just slightly turned, angled a bit more towards my bedroom door. At first I thought I was imagining it, or maybe I'd bumped it without realizing, but it happened too often. Then, one morning, my blood ran cold. I'd specifically made sure the grinner was facing the wall the night before, a silly attempt to stop it from watching me. When I woke up, it was sitting on my nightstand, right beside my bed, its blank eyes staring directly at me, that hideous smile seeming wider in the dim morning light. I swore I'd locked the den door. I always locked it now. There was no way, absolutely no way it could have gotten there on its own. I snatched it up, my hand trembling, and practically ran to the den, slamming it back on its shelf. My heart was hammering. Was I losing my mind? Was I sleepwalking? I had to be. That was the only rational explanation. But a cold voice in the back of my head whispered that it wasn't me. The worst moment, the one that really shook me to my core, came about a week after I bought the grinner. It was early morning, and I was in the bathroom, getting ready for work. Just a normal Tuesday. I was shaving, leaning close to the bathroom mirror, trying to get a clean line along my jaw. The steam from the shower had fogged the edges of the glass a little. I rinsed my razor, glanced up, and my heart just stopped. Behind me, reflected in the steamy mirror, was a face. Grinning. That grin. The grinner's grin. Pale, wide, eyes like frosted glass. It wasn't moving. It wasn't breathing. It was just there, standing right behind me in the small bathroom. I let out a yell, a choked, terrified sound, and spun around so fast I nearly slipped on the wet floor. The bathroom was empty. Just me, my reflection, my normal reflection, now wide-eyed with terror, and the lingering steam. Nothing else. My breath came in ragged gasps. I leaned against the sink, my legs feeling like jelly. My reflection stared back, pale and shaken. Had I imagined it? Was the lack of sleep finally getting to me, making me see things? It had been so clear, so undeniably there in the mirror for that split second. The image was burned into my retina. Later that day, after I'd calmed down a little, or at least pretended to, I went to check on the glass bust again. I picked it up, my hand still not entirely steady, and examined it closely, more closely than I had before. I turned it over and over in the light from the window, and then I saw them. Tiny, almost invisible lines. Fractures. They were spreading out from the edges of its mouth, like delicate spider webs etched into the glass. Microscopic cracks, fanning outwards, making it look like the smile was somehow spreading, growing deeper, more pronounced. It was subtle, so subtle I might have missed it if I hadn't been looking so intently, but it was definitely there. The glass around its lips seemed thinner, more fragile. A cold dread washed over me. It wasn't just my imagination. Something was happening to the bust, or because of it. And then, like a forgotten tune suddenly popping into my head, I remembered the inscription, the Latin word scratched into the velvet base, Semper Spectabit. I'd looked it up after I bought it, out of curiosity. It always watches. At the time, I'd dismissed it as spooky ambiance. Now, those words felt like a cold hand gripping my heart. It always watches. And I was beginning to feel truly, terrifyingly watched. Not just watched, but affected, changed. I knew then, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that this wasn't just stress or a lack of sleep. This was something else. Something tied to that hideous glass smile and its unblinking, foggy eyes. I had to find out what I'd brought into my home. I had to understand what the grinner really was. The unease had blossomed into full-blown fear, a gnawing anxiety that shadowed my every waking moment. I started digging. Really digging. My days became a blur of work, and my nights were spent hunched over my laptop, the glow of the screen reflecting in my tired eyes, the grinner sitting on its shelf across the den, its silent smile a constant unnerving presence. I scoured the internet, local antique forums for Vermont, looking for any mention of Verglas curiosities or the town of Comlet. Nothing. It was like the place didn't exist online, which, in this day and age, is almost impossible. I dove into occult Reddit threads, sifting through stories of cursed objects, haunted artifacts, and things best left undisturbed. Most of it was clearly fiction, campfire tales for the digital age, but I read it all, desperate for a clue, a connection. I searched historical registries of cursed artifacts, online museum archives, anything I could think of. For days, I found nothing but dead ends, just endless pages of unrelated information, ghost stories, and folklore that didn't quite fit. The frustration was immense. I was exhausted, running on caffeine and sheer desperation. My apartment felt more like a prison every day, the grinner its silent, grinning warden. I even started to cover it with a cloth at night, but that almost felt worse, like it was still smiling under there, unseen but potent. Then, finally, a breakthrough. It was late, probably 3 a.m. I was bleary-eyed, about to give up for the night, when I stumbled across a tiny scanned entry in an obscure digitized journal of New England folklore from the early 1900s. The search terms I used were a long shot: glass, smile, Vermont, curse. And there it was, a short, chilling paragraph. The Grinner of Comlet. My heart leapt into my throat. Comlet, the name of that forgotten, misty town. The entry was brief, but it sent shivers down my spine. It told a tale from 1874, about a man named Ellison Graham. Ellison Graham, the journal said, was a renowned glassmaker, a true artist. He lived in Comlet, and his skill was legendary. He wasn't just making pretty vases or chandeliers. No, Graham was obsessed with capturing human expressions in glass. Joy, sorrow, anger, fear. He wanted his sculptures to feel alive, to breathe with emotion, and by all accounts, he was brilliant at it. People said his pieces looked so real they could almost speak. But then tragedy struck. Graham had a daughter, his only child, whom he adored. She died young, taken by consumption. Tuberculosis, we'd call it now. The journal described how her death shattered him. Something inside Ellison Graham broke, twisted into grief and despair. He became a recluse, and in his sorrow and madness, he made one final bust. His masterpiece, some whispered. His curse, others claimed. It wasn't a sculpture of his beloved daughter. No, not of her smiling face in life, and it wasn't of anyone living. He sculpted the expression he saw on her face, on so many faces in those days, at the very moment of passing. That awful, stretched rictus grin, the one people sometimes wear involuntarily in death, when the muscles go slack in a certain way. A hollow, empty parody of a smile. The journal said the bust was uncanny, horrifying, and that people in Comlet believed it contained something more than just glass. They said Ellison Graham, in his grief and twisted genius, had somehow trapped a part of his daughter's suffering, or perhaps something of death itself, within the sculpture. They called it the Death Mirror. My blood ran cold as I read that. The Death Mirror. The name was so horribly apt, because the entry continued, people who owned the Grinner, who kept it too close, began to experience terrible things. They would dream of their own reflections, their faces twisted into that same deathly grin. Eventually, if they didn't get rid of it, they stopped sleeping altogether, haunted by the visions. And then came the final stage. The journal described it in chillingly simple terms. The victims would start smiling, not a real smile, not a happy one, but that same fixed, slight upward curve of the lips. They would start to wear the grinner's expression, even while awake, constantly, uncontrollably. I stared at the screen, my breath catching in my chest. The dreams, my own grinning reflection, the feeling of not being able to sleep. It was all there. A sick feeling of dread pooled in my stomach. That's when I noticed my jaw. It had been aching for days, a dull, persistent throb. I'd put it down to stress, clenching my teeth in my sleep. But now I wasn't so sure. I slowly raised a hand to my face. My jaw muscles felt tight, strained. I got up, my legs feeling unsteady, and walked to the small mirror I still had in the hallway, one I hadn't gotten around to smashing in my earlier panic. I forced myself to look, and my stomach dropped. It plunged like a stone in a deep, dark well. My mouth, the corners of my lips were turned up, just slightly, but undeniably. A faint, constant, little smile. It wasn't me doing it. I tried to relax my face, to make it go away, but it stayed. That subtle, horrifying curve. I was starting to smile. Always. Just like the grinner. Just like the poor souls in that old folklore journal. The final stage was beginning. The dreams changed again after that. They became even more intense, more terrifyingly real. It was like the grinner knew I'd found out its secret, and it was ramping things up, pushing me closer to the edge. Now, in my dreams, there wasn't just one mirror. There were mirrors in every room of my dream house. Every surface seemed to reflect. The windows, the polished floors, even the darkened screens of the TV and computer. And in every single reflection, I saw myself. Grinning that awful, fixed grin, my eyes wide and empty. It was a horrifying, endless gallery of my own smiling despair. And the figure behind me, the one made of glass, it was no longer blurred or indistinct. No, not at all. Now, it looked just like me. An exact replica, but crafted from that same milky, fogged glass as the grinner. It was cracked, that glass doppelganger of mine, with thin, dark lines spiderwebbing across its face and body. And through those cracks, a faint, sickly light seemed to bleed out, pulsing softly. It was always there, just behind my reflection, its glass lips stretched into that same hideous, knowing smile. Sometimes it would even tilt its head, as if curious, or tap a glassy finger against its chin. One night, the dream was so vivid, so utterly terrifying, it felt like it was really happening. I was trapped in my bedroom, surrounded by these grinning mirror images of myself and my glass twin. The air was cold, so cold. I could see my breath fogging in front of me. The glass version of me in the largest mirror, the one on my dresser, slowly raised its hand. Its movements were stiff, accompanied by the faint, unsettling sound of grating, like fine shards of glass rubbing together. Then, the surface of that dream mirror rippled, like water when you drop a stone into it. The reflection shimmered and distorted. And the glass version of me, it stepped out. It just pushed through the rippling surface of the mirror as if it were a curtain of water, and stood there in my dream bedroom, dripping with some kind of clear, viscous liquid that might have been molten glass or just otherworldly condensation. It took a step towards me, its cracked glass face inches from mine, that terrible smile seeming to stretch even wider. I could feel an icy chill emanating from it. I woke up with a scream lodged in my throat, a raw, desperate sound. My body was rigid, drenched in sweat again. I thrashed in my bed, trying to get away from the lingering image, the feeling of its cold presence. As my eyes adjusted to the dim light of my real bedroom, I saw it. Fog, condensing on the inside of my bedroom window. Thick, swirling fog, even though the night outside was clear. And on the glass, as if someone had dragged their hand down through the condensation, there were streaks, finger streaks, long, thin, and dragging downwards. Tangible proof. The dream wasn't just a dream anymore. It was bleeding into my world. Whatever this thing was, it was crossing over. That was it. The final straw. I couldn't take it anymore. In a frenzy of terror and desperation, I jumped out of bed, grabbed the nearest heavy object, a lamp, and started smashing every mirror in the house, the one in the hallway, the big one in the bathroom, even the small decorative ones. The sound of shattering glass filled the apartment, loud and violent. Shards flew everywhere. It was a destructive, desperate rage. If these things were doorways, I was going to slam them shut, permanently. For a few moments, standing there amidst the glittering fragments, panting, my knuckles bleeding, I felt a wild, almost triumphant relief. I'd done it. I'd fought back. But the relief was short-lived. As the adrenaline faded, a chilling certainty settled in. It wasn't enough. Smashing the mirrors. It felt good for a second, like lashing out at an enemy. But deep down, I knew. The problem wasn't the mirrors themselves. The problem was the grinner, and the problem was me. The connection was already made. The door had already been opened, and I had a terrible feeling that it couldn't be closed that easily. The faint, aching pull in my jaw, the slight, persistent upturn of my lips, they were still there, unchanged. There was only one thing left to do, one last, desperate hope. I had to get rid of the grinner, and I had to go back to where it all began. I had to go back to Comlet. Maybe, just maybe, the old woman in that creepy shop would know what to do, or how to undo this nightmare I'd brought upon myself. The decision to return to Comlet felt like grasping at straws, but it was the only straw I had left. My life had become a waking nightmare. The constant, subtle smile on my own face was a horrifying mockery. My jaw ached incessantly. Sleep was a distant memory, replaced by brief, exhausted collapses into terrifying dreamscapes. I carefully wrapped the grinner. This time I didn't use newspaper. I found an old linen sheet and soaked it in salt water. I'd read somewhere, in one of those folklore things, that salt could bind or repel evil spirits. It felt like a superstitious, silly gesture, but I was beyond relying on logic anymore. I wrapped the cold glass bust tightly, layer upon layer, until it was a misshapen bundle. It still felt heavy, unnaturally so, as I carried it to my truck. The drive back towards those Vermont mountains was filled with a suffocating anxiety. Every mile closer, the knot in my stomach tightened. What if the town wasn't there? What if the old woman was gone? What if she couldn't help me? The what-ifs swirled in my head like the mist I remembered clinging to Comlet. As I got closer to where I thought Comlet should be, a new, more disturbing feeling began to creep in. The landscape felt wrong. The familiar landmarks I thought I remembered from my first drive weren't there. The turnoff I was sure I'd taken seemed to have vanished. My GPS, which had vaguely shown a cluster of unnamed roads in the area before, now just showed unbroken green forest. No roads, no town, nothing. Panic began to set in. I drove back and forth along the main highway, peering into the dense woods, searching for that little dirt road, that break in the trees. Nothing. It was as if Comlet had been a mirage, a figment of my imagination. But the grinner, cold and heavy on the seat beside me, was proof it had been real. My aching jaw was proof. Finally, defeated and heartsick, I pulled over to the side of the road, right where I was sure the entrance to Comlet had been. I got out of my truck and just stared into the impenetrable wall of trees and fog. There was no sign of human habitation, no path, no forgotten road, just endless, silent forest. It was like the town had been swallowed whole, erased from existence. Then I saw it. Almost hidden by overgrown weeds and bushes, a single weathered stone post stood near the edge of the woods. It was gray, covered in moss, and looked incredibly old. It could have been an ancient property marker, or perhaps part of a long-forgotten fence. As I got closer, I saw faint, weather-worn letters carved into its surface. They were crude, barely legible. "Every smile has a cost, don't look back." A chill, colder than the mountain air, went straight through me. This had to be it. This was all that was left of Verglas curiosities, of Comlet. A cryptic warning. Don't look back. Was it a warning about the grinner? Or about trying to undo what had been done? It didn't matter now. There was no shop to return it to, no old woman to ask for help. I was on my own. I knew what I had to do. There was an old, abandoned quarry I knew of, not too far from there. It was deep, filled with dark, icy water, a place where things could be lost forever. I drove there, the grinner a silent, ominous passenger. At the edge of the quarry, I unwrapped the bust one last time. That grotesque glass smile seemed to mock me in the gray daylight. It felt heavier than ever. I took a deep breath, trying to gather my resolve. With all my strength, I swung the salt-soaked bundle out over the dark water. It hit the surface with a surprisingly small splash and then sank quickly, disappearing into the murky depths without a trace. For a moment, just a single blessed moment, I felt peace. A profound sense of relief washed over me. It was done. The grinner was gone. The cold knot in my stomach seemed to loosen, the ache in my jaw to lessen just a fraction. Maybe, just maybe, it was over. I stood there for a long time, just breathing, letting the quiet of the quarry settle over me. But the peace was fragile, fleeting, like a dream you desperately try to hold on to as you wake. When I returned home late that night, exhausted, but with a tiny flicker of hope in my chest, something was wrong. Terribly wrong. The moment I stepped into my den, I knew. The air was cold, stagnant, and the hope I'd been nurturing withered and died. There, on the exact spot on the shelf where the grinner had once sat, was a mirror, a wide rectangular antique mirror in a heavy dark wooden frame. I had never seen it before in my life. It wasn't one of mine. I'd smashed all my mirrors, every last one. This was new, and it was just there, waiting. My heart hammered against my ribs. My breath hitched. I slowly, reluctantly, looked at my reflection in its clear, unblemished surface. My face was pale, etched with exhaustion and fear. But for the first time in what felt like an eternity, I wasn't smiling that awful, subtle smile. My lips were a straight, grim line. A tiny, hysterical laugh almost escaped me. It worked. Getting rid of the grinner, it actually worked. But then I saw it, in the depths of the mirror, just behind my own reflected shoulder, in the shadowy space of my den. Something else was there. Something was grinning, a faint, pale shape, its features indistinct, but that smile was unmistakable. It wasn't me this time. It was something else. Something in the mirror, watching, waiting, smiling. The grinner might be at the bottom of a quarry, but its curse had found a new home. I've stopped sleeping, or at least I try to. But how can you sleep when you know something is watching you from the other side of the glass? That new mirror, it's become my tormentor. It doesn't wait for the night anymore, or for me to be looking directly at it. Sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I catch its reflection moving on its own. Just a flicker, a movement that's a millisecond behind mine, or sometimes, chillingly, a fraction of a second ahead. Sometimes, the grinning figure behind me in the glass seems to lean closer, its smile widening just a little more. And the worst? Sometimes, its mouth opens wide in a silent, agonizing scream, a scream I can't hear but can feel deep in my bones. I tried to sell the mirror. I took it to antique dealers, pawn shops. No one would buy it. They'd look at it, then at me, a strange expression on their faces. Some said it gave them a bad feeling. One man, an old wizened dealer who looked like he'd seen a thing or two, just shook his head slowly and told me, "Some things, son, don't want to be sold." I tried smashing it. Oh, how I tried. I took a hammer to it one night in a fit of desperate rage. The hammer just bounced off, as if the glass were made of solid steel. Not a scratch, not a crack. It just reflected my own furious, despairing face back at me, the grinning shadow lurking behind. I've even moved houses, packed up my few remaining belongings, left everything else behind. Found a new apartment across town, hoping to leave the cursed mirror, the grinning presence, behind me. For a few blissful days, I thought I had. The new place felt clean, empty. But then one morning, I walked into the living room, and there it was, leaning against the wall as if it had always been there. The same dark wood frame, the same clear, unblemished glass, the same grinning horror waiting in its depths. It finds me. No matter where I go, the mirror finds me. And each day, the reflection, that grinning thing behind me, gets closer. Not closer in space, it's always just there, in the mirror, a few feet behind my reflection. No, it's getting closer. In soul. I feel it. A strange, cold connection. Sometimes when I look into the mirror, my own reflection seems thinner, more transparent, and the grinning figure behind it seems more solid, more defined, like it's drawing something from me, my energy, my sanity, myself. I don't know how much longer I have. I feel like I'm fading, like I'm becoming a ghost in my own life. The boundaries are blurring, and one day soon, I know it with a chilling certainty that leaves no room for doubt. It'll step out, the grinning thing from the mirror. It won't need the glass anymore. And when it does, I wonder, will I be the one trapped on the other side looking out? Will I be the final smile forever watching? I don't want to know. But I don't think I have a choice. No, not anymore. The whistle at Carver Tool and Steel blew at 7, same as always, but tonight it felt like a nail hammered into my ear. 12 hours of wrestling with lathes and grinders, the air thick with the smell of hot metal and cutting oil. It wears a man down. My name's Tom, and I'm just a regular guy, trying to make a living in a world that feels like it's always trying to pinch you a little harder. My old Toyota Tacoma, bless its rusty heart, coughed to life in the parking lot. The dashboard lights flickered like tired old eyes, casting a weak green glow over my hands on the steering wheel. Hands that were calloused and smudged with grease. Hands that knew the feel of steel better than anything else. I was beat, the kind of tired that settles deep in your bones, making your eyelids feel like they've got weights on them. The drive home was always the quietest part of my day. I usually took Hemlock Road, a long winding stretch of 2-lane blacktop that nobody much used anymore. It cut right through the thickest part of the Oak Haven woods, a place where the trees grew so close together they looked like they were whispering secrets to each other. Tonight, the wind was doing the whispering, sighing through the pines with a sound that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The stars, usually so bright out here away from the city glow, seemed to be hiding, blinking nervously like they'd seen something they shouldn't have. There were no streetlights on Hemlock Road, just the moon, when it decided to show its face, and my headlights cutting a path through the inky black. The radio was on, but the signal was mostly static, little crackles and pops that did more to make me jumpy than keep me company. I was humming to myself, some half-forgotten tune, just trying to keep my eyes open for those last few miles. That's when I saw it. At first, it was just a dark shape in the middle of the road, caught in the sweep of my headlights. My first thought was, oh no, not another raccoon, or maybe a deer, poor thing. I'd seen my share of roadkill on Hemlock, but as the truck got closer, the shape started to look wrong. Too small for a deer, too. Long for a raccoon. My foot slammed down on the brake pedal so hard the Tacoma shimmied and groaned, the tires screeching on the asphalt. My heart leaped into my throat, thumping like a wild drum. The green glow from the dashboard seemed to freeze everything. It was a hand, just lying there, right in the middle of my lane. A human hand, pale, like it had been drained of all its blood, with dark, caked dirt crammed up under the fingernails. The wrist ended in a ragged, torn edge, and there was a frayed piece of what looked like blue denim, like from a jeans jacket cuff, still clinging to it. It was a man's left hand, I could tell. Something about the way it lay there, palm up, fingers curled in just a little, like it was reaching for something, or maybe like it had just let go of something important. It sent a shiver down my spine colder than any winter wind. I just sat there for a long minute, the engine rumbling, the only sound in the vast, dark quiet of the woods. My breath hitched in my chest. What do you do? What in God's name do you do when you find a hand in the road? Part of me screamed to just hit the gas, get out of there, pretend I hadn't seen a thing. Who would know? But another part, a quieter, nagging voice, wouldn't let me. Maybe it was shock. Maybe it was that feeling you get when you see something so wrong it just flips a switch in your brain. Slowly, like I was moving underwater, I turned off the engine. The sudden silence was deafening. I could hear the blood pounding in my ears. My hand trembled as I reached for the door handle. Stepping out of the truck, my boots crunched on the gravel shoulder. The air was cool and damp, smelling of pine needles and wet earth. I walked towards it, my flashlight beam shaking in my hand, making the shadows dance. Up close, it was even worse. The skin was waxy, and there were dark purplish bruises around the knuckles. It looked old, but not decayed, preserved almost, like it had been kept somewhere cold for a long, long time. "Oh man," I whispered, the words barely making a sound. My stomach churned. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. I didn't want to touch it. The thought made my skin crawl. But leaving it there, in the middle of the road for some other poor soul to find, or for it to get run over again and again. No, I couldn't do that. It felt disrespectful somehow. Taking a deep breath, I told myself to be practical. I looked around. No other cars, no lights from any houses, just the dark trees pressing in on all sides. I reached into my truck bed, fumbling around for an old work rag I kept there. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. With the rag covering my own hand, I bent down. I tried to grab it by the denim cuff, my fingers clumsy. The hand was cold. So cold. An unnatural, deep cold that seemed to suck the warmth right out of my own skin, even through the rag. It was heavier than I expected, too. A dead weight. I lifted it gently, my teeth gritted. I carried it over to the side of the road, to the tall grass that grew along the tree line. I laid it down carefully, trying to make it look peaceful, if that was even possible for a severed hand. I tucked the grass around it a little, like I was tucking in a child. Stupid, I know. But I couldn't help it. Then I backed away, quick. I got back in my truck, started the engine, and peeled out of there, tires spitting gravel. I didn't look in the rearview mirror. I didn't want to see that spot on the road again. The rest of the drive home was a blur. My mind was racing. A hand. A human hand. What happened? Who did it belong to? Should I call the cops? Yeah, I should. But what would I say? "Officer, I found a hand on Hemlock Road, but I just moved it to the side and drove off. No, I didn't bring it in. No, I didn't want to get involved." They'd think I was crazy, or worse, they'd think I had something to do with it. My little house felt emptier than usual when I got there. Colder. I locked the door, double-checked it, then went straight for the bottle of whiskey I kept under the sink. I poured a stiff one, then another. The fiery liquid burned its way down, but it didn't do much to chase away the image of that pale, reaching hand. It was seared into my brain. I didn't sleep much that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it. Lying in the grass, the dirt under its nails, the frayed denim. I told myself it was just a fluke, a horrible, weird thing. Maybe some animals would take care of it. Maybe it would just go away. I tried to push it down, bury it deep. I had work to go to, bills to pay. Life had to go on. But things don't just go away, do they? Not things like that. 2 nights later, the dreams started. The first one wasn't so much a dream as a feeling. A presence. I woke up suddenly, my heart hammering, covered in a cold sweat. The room was pitch black, but I felt like someone was standing there, right at the foot of my bed. I couldn't see anything, but the air was heavy, charged. I lay there paralyzed with fear, until the first gray light of dawn crept through the curtains. The next night, I saw him. It was like watching an old, damaged movie. The dream was grainy, flickering. There was a man standing there, where I'd felt the presence before. He was tall, but his outline was blurry, like he was made of smoke or bad TV reception. I couldn't make out his face, just a dark shape. But I saw his arm, his left arm. The sleeve of his shirt, it looked like a plaid shirt, just hung empty, fluttering a little, like there was a breeze in my room even though the windows were closed. And then, with his other hand, his right hand, he pointed, straight at me. I woke up yelling, a raw, terrified sound that tore out of my throat. My wife, Sarah, if she'd still been around, she would have been there holding me, telling me it was just a nightmare. But Sarah was gone. Cancer took her 2 years back. It was just me and the echoes in the empty house. The dreams kept coming, night after night. Each time, the figure got a little clearer, a little more solid. The static around him seemed to lessen. I started to see details. He was youngish, maybe in his mid-30s. His hair was dark and matted. That plaid shirt, I could see the colors now, red and black. And it was dark, soaked with something that looked like old blood, especially around the shoulder and chest. His face was still hard to see, shadowed and indistinct, but I could feel his eyes on me. Sad eyes, pleading eyes. He never spoke, not a word, but his message was as clear as if he'd shouted it. He pointed at me, then he'd look down at his empty, flapping left sleeve, then back at me. He wanted his hand back. I knew it. I just knew it. By the end of that week, I was a wreck. I was barely sleeping, maybe an hour or two before the dream would jolt me awake. I was jumpy, irritable. Coffee wasn't helping. Food tasted like ash in my mouth. At work, my boss, Mr. Henderson, asked me if I was okay. I just mumbled something about a bad flu. Things started happening when I was awake too. Little things at first. The lights in the kitchen would flicker, even though I just changed the bulbs. I'd be sitting in the living room trying to read, and I'd hear a floorboard creak upstairs, like someone was walking around. But I lived alone. There was no one upstairs. One afternoon, I was driving home from the grocery store, and the truck radio, which usually only got static or that one crackly country station, suddenly blared to life. It was playing an old song, something from way back, maybe the 50s. A sad, wailing steel guitar and a man singing about lost love. The weirdest part? The display on the radio still said no signal. I punched the power button, my hand shaking, and drove the rest of the way in silence, the old song echoing in my head. Then came the night I woke up and there was blood on my sheets. Not a lot, just a faint brownish smear across the blue blanket, right where my legs would have been. It wasn't my blood. I checked myself all over. No cuts, no scratches. It was like someone or something had brushed past me in the night, carrying something wet and dripping. I stared at that stain, and a cold dread washed over me. This wasn't just in my head. This wasn't just bad dreams. This was real, and it was getting worse. I couldn't take it anymore. I had to do something. I had to know. The next Saturday morning, I drove back out to Hemlock Road. It was a bright, sunny day, the kind that usually makes you feel good to be alive. But as I got closer to that spot, the trees seemed to crowd in, the shadows got deeper. My stomach was in knots. I parked the truck where I thought I'd stopped that night. I got out, my heart thumping a familiar, fearful rhythm. I walked over to the edge of the woods, to the patch of tall grass where I'd laid the hand. I pushed the grass aside, my hand searching. It was gone. Not rotted away, not dragged off by some animal. There was no sign it had ever been there. The grass was undisturbed. It was like it had just vanished. My mind reeled. Had I imagined the whole thing? Was I going crazy? No, the dreams, the blood on the sheets. They were too real. I was about to give up, turn around and leave, when my foot kicked something small and flat hidden in the grass, right near the base of a big oak tree. I bent down and picked it up. It was an old photograph, black and white, the edges curled and stained. It showed a man, younger than me, with a wide, happy grin, squinting into the sun. He was wearing overalls and a cap, and he had his arm slung around a rusty-looking mining cart. Behind him, I could just make out the dark opening of what looked like a tunnel. I turned the photo over, scrawled on the back, in faded blue ink, were 2 words and a year. Jonas Bell, 1976. Jonas Bell. The name felt important somehow, like a key. I didn't know what to do with it, but I felt like I was finally onto something. I drove back into town, not to my house, but to the library. Cynthia Ramirez worked at the library. She was a few years younger than me, smart, with kind eyes and an insatiable curiosity about local history. We'd known each other since high school, shared a few classes. If anyone in town knew about old photos or local names, it would be Cynthia. She was at the main desk stamping books. When she saw me, she smiled. "Tom, what brings you here? Finally decided to read something other than tool catalogs?" She teased, gently. I tried to smile back, but I don't think it was very convincing. "Cynthia, I need your help. It's kind of strange." I showed her the photograph. She took it carefully, her brow furrowing as she studied it. "Where did you find this?" I hesitated. How much should I tell her? "Out on Hemlock Road," I said, deciding to keep the part about the hand to myself for now. "Near the old woods. Does the name Jonas Bell mean anything to you?" Cynthia's eyes lit up with that look she got when a historical puzzle was presented. "Jonas Bell," she murmured, tapping the photo. "Let me check something." She led me back to a dusty section of the library I'd never seen before, filled with old filing cabinets and boxes labeled with dates. She pulled out a drawer, thumbing through brittle newspaper clippings stored on microfilm. The whirring sound of the microfilm reader filled the quiet room. After a few minutes, she stopped. "Here we go," she said, pointing to a grainy article on the screen. Jonas Bell. He was a miner. Worked at the old Claranto mine, just off Hemlock Road before it shut down. Claranto mine? I'd heard whispers about that place. It had been closed for decades, supposedly unsafe. "Yeah," Cynthia continued, her voice dropping a little. "It was shut down after a big collapse back in '77. A terrible accident. Several men were trapped. Most of them got out, but there were rumors." "Rumors about what?" I asked, leaning closer. "Well," she said, lowering her voice even more, "the official story was just a tragic accident, but some folks said it wasn't an accident at all, that there was some kind of cover-up. Something about a shipment of gold from the mine that went missing right around the same time as the collapse. Never proven, of course. Just old town talk." My blood ran cold. "What happened to Jonas Bell?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Cynthia looked back at the microfilm, then at me, her expression serious. "He was one of the ones working that day. He disappeared. They never found his body. He was presumed dead in the collapse." Disappeared. Never found his body. And he worked at a mine near where I found the hand. The pieces clicked together in my mind with a horrifying certainty. The blurry man in my dreams. His empty sleeve. Jonas Bell. He wasn't just haunting me. He was trying to tell me something. He wanted me to find him. "Cynthia," I said, my voice tight, "where exactly is the Claranto mine?" She looked at me, a worried frown on her face. "Tom, it's dangerous. It's been sealed off for years." "Why?" I couldn't tell her the whole truth. Not yet. I have a hunch about this photo. Maybe he dropped it near the mine entrance or something." It was a weak excuse, but it was all I had. She gave me directions, though her eyes were still full of concern. The mine wasn't far off Hemlock Road, hidden deep in the woods, just like I suspected. That afternoon, I went back. I bought a heavy-duty flashlight and a pair of bolt cutters from the hardware store. My heart was pounding, a mix of fear and a strange kind of determination. I had to do this. For Jonas, and maybe, just maybe, for myself, so I could finally get some sleep. Finding the entrance to the Claranto mine wasn't easy. It was overgrown, almost swallowed by the forest. A rusted chain-link fence blocked the main adit, plastered with "Danger, Keep Out" signs. The bolt cutters made short work of the old chain. The air that hit me as I pushed open the creaking metal gate was cold and damp, smelling of wet rock, decay, and something else, something ancient and still. It was like stepping into a tomb. My flashlight beam cut a nervous path through the darkness. The main tunnel sloped downwards, the old wooden support beams groaning under the weight of the earth above. Water dripped somewhere in the distance, each drop echoing in the profound silence. It was terrifying. Every shadow seemed to move. Every little sound made me jump. I followed the old, rusted mine cart tracks deeper and deeper into the blackness. The air got heavier, colder. I called out, "Jonas. Jonas Bell, are you here?" Only the echo answered, "Here, here, here," dying away in the oppressive dark. I must have been down there for nearly an hour, my flashlight beam sweeping back and forth, feeling more and more like this was a crazy, stupid idea. I was about to turn back when I saw it, a smaller tunnel branching off to the side, half blocked by a rockfall. But there was a gap, just big enough for a person to squeeze through. Something pulled me towards it, a feeling. I squeezed through the narrow opening, scraping my jacket. This tunnel was smaller, rougher. It ended abruptly in a small, caved-in chamber. It looked like an old storage bay, or maybe a small workspace. Most of it was filled with fallen rock and rotted timbers. And there, in the far corner, half buried under a pile of debris, was an old wooden box. A blasting box, maybe, or a tool chest. It was splintered and dark with age. My breath caught in my throat. With trembling hands, I started pulling away the rocks and dirt. The wood was soft and damp. I pried at the lid. It creaked open with a horrible sucking sound. Inside, my flashlight beam fell on a jumble of what looked like old stained canvas sacks and bones. Human bones. A rib cage, a few vertebrae, a shattered pelvic bone. They were yellowed with age, caked with dirt, and nestled among them, carefully wrapped in a piece of faded canvas, was a single severed left hand. Pale, the fingernails still dark with dirt, the frayed denim cuff still clinging to the wrist. It was him, Jonas Bell. This was his forgotten grave. He hadn't been lost in the main collapse. He'd been here, trapped, or worse. He wanted me to find him. He wanted me to bring his hand back to the rest of him. A sudden chill swept through the chamber, colder than the mine air. The hairs on my arms stood straight up. I heard a faint rustling sound behind me, like dry leaves skittering across stone. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat, and there he was, Jonas Bell, not blurry anymore, not a glitching image from a dream. He stood there, clear as day, though his form was translucent, shimmering faintly in the darkness. I could see the damp rock wall through him. His red and black plaid shirt was torn and stained dark. His face was gaunt, his eyes hollow and filled with an unbearable sadness. A dark trail of dried blood matted his hair and ran down his temple, and his left arm. The sleeve hung empty, but at the stump there was a faint, ghostly glow. He didn't look angry, he just looked tired, so incredibly tired. He slowly raised his right hand and pointed, first to the severed hand in the box, then to his own chest, where his heart would have been. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely function. I reached into the box, my fingers brushing against the cold, wrapped hand. I unwrapped it carefully from the canvas. It was the same hand I'd found on Hemlock Road. I knew it. Taking a deep breath, my heart pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird, I stepped towards the ghostly figure of Jonas Bell. I knelt down where his body lay in the wooden box. With infinite care, I took his severed hand and placed it gently among the other bones, laying it near where his left arm would have been. The moment the hand settled among the remains, a change came over the ghost. A soft, golden light began to emanate from the bones, then from the ghostly figure himself. He looked down at the hand, then back up at me. The sadness in his eyes seemed to lessen, replaced by something like peace. He gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. Then he began to shimmer more intensely, the light around him growing brighter for a second, and then he just faded, like mist burning off in the morning sun. One moment he was there, and the next he was gone. The coldness in the chamber lifted. The oppressive silence felt a little less heavy. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. He was free. Jonas Bell could finally rest. I stood up, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over me, but also a strange sense of peace. I had done it. I had helped him. I turned to leave the small chamber, to get out of that dark, forgotten place. That's when I heard it. Voices, real voices, echoing down the main tunnel. "You sure this is the spot, Mac?" one voice said, rough and low. "Yeah, the old map coordinates match up. Should be a side tunnel around here. The boss said the stuff was stashed deep." My blood ran cold. These weren't ghost hunters. These weren't kids messing around. They sounded serious, professional. Flashlight beams cut through the darkness of the main tunnel, getting closer. I quickly doused my own light and ducked back behind a thick wooden support beam near the entrance to Jonas's little tomb, my heart hammering against my ribs again, but for a whole new reason. 2 men emerged into the larger cavern area just outside the little chamber where I was hiding. They were dressed in dark, modern tactical gear, not miners' clothes. They had heavy boots, utility belts, and I saw the glint of metal. They were armed. These guys were not here to pay their respects to old Jonas Bell. "This looks like it," one of them said, his flashlight beam playing over the rockfall that partially blocked the entrance to where I was. "Let's check it out." I held my breath, pressing myself flat against the cold, damp rock. I could hear them grunting and scraping as they started to move some of the smaller rocks away from the opening I'd squeezed through. They didn't come into the small chamber. Instead, one of them shone his powerful flashlight into the main part of the storage bay, right where Jonas's bones lay. He grunted. "Just some old collapse. Bones. Nothing here." But then the other one said, "Hold on. Look at this floor section. Looks like it's been disturbed recently. And these support stones." I watched, frozen, as they began to pry at some large, flat stones set into the floor of the storage bay, just a few feet from Jonas's wooden box. The stones were heavy, but they worked together, grunting with effort. After a minute, one of the stones came loose. Underneath it was a dark, hollow space. One of the men reached in and pulled out a small, heavy-looking wooden crate. He set it down and pried off the lid with a crowbar he pulled from his belt. My eyes widened in the dim light filtering from their flashlights. Inside the crate, nestled in straw, were gold bars. Dozens of them, each one stamped with what looked like official government markings. This was it. The missing gold shipment Cynthia had told me about. Jonas Bell hadn't just died in an accident. He must have known about this. Maybe he tried to stop whoever stole it, and they killed him for it, burying him back here, thinking no one would ever find him or their stolen treasure. These new guys weren't Jonas's original killers. Too much time had passed. But they knew the gold was here. Maybe they were descendants, or had found an old map or a confession. The men were chuckling, clearly pleased with their find. "Jackpot," one of them said. The old man wasn't kidding. This was my chance. While they were distracted by the gold, I had to get out. Slowly, carefully, I began to ease my way back from the support beam towards the main tunnel. My boots scraped softly on the gritty floor. One of them looked up sharply. "What was that?" "You hear something?" "Probably just rats, man. This place is full of them. Let's get this loaded up and get out of here. This mine gives me the creeps." They went back to the crate. I didn't wait. I turned and moved as quickly and quietly as I could, back down the main tunnel, towards the distant pinpoint of daylight that marked the entrance. Every rustle of my clothes, every stumble on a loose rock, sounded like a gunshot in the silence. I expected to hear shouts behind me any second, the beam of a flashlight pinning me against the wall. But nothing. I made it to the entrance, burst out into the sunlight, gasping for air, my legs shaking. I didn't stop running until I reached my truck. I jumped in, fumbled the keys into the ignition, and tore out of there, leaving the Claranto mine and its dark secrets behind me. I drove straight to a payphone. My cell phone had no service out there, of course. My hands were still shaking as I dialed Cynthia's number at the library. "Cynthia," I said, my voice hoarse, "you won't believe what I found, and it's not just about Jonas Bell." We met later that day, and I told her everything. The hand, the ghost, the bones, the gold, the armed men. She listened, her eyes wide, never once making me feel like I was crazy. When I was done, she sat in silence for a long moment. Then she said, "Tom, we need to talk to Darcy Holt." Darcy Holt was a retired police detective, a local legend. He was old school, sharp as a tack, and known for being bulldog stubborn when he got his teeth into a case. He'd been a young cop back in the 70s, and Cynthia knew he'd worked on the original Claranto mine incident, though it was quickly declared an accident and closed. Darcy listened to my story patiently, his weathered face unreadable. He looked at the photograph of Jonas Bell. He asked a few sharp questions. I told him about the bones, the location of the hidden gold crate, everything. When I finished, he leaned back in his chair. "Jonas Bell," he said, his voice gravelly. "I remember that. Always felt wrong, the way they shut that investigation down so quick. You say you saw him? His ghost?" "Yes, sir," I said. I returned his hand. I think he can rest now." Darcy nodded slowly. Good for him. Then it's time someone else didn't get to rest so easy. With the information I gave him, Darcy Holt, even in retirement, managed to stir things up. He had connections. He knew who to talk to. He convinced the county sheriff to reopen the case. They went out to the Claranto mine. This time, they were prepared. The two men I'd seen were long gone, of course, and so was that first crate of gold. But Darcy, using my description of where Jonas's bones were and where the hidden compartment was, directed the investigators. They found Jonas Bell's remains exactly where I said they'd be, and beneath those floor stones, they found more hidden compartments, more gold. Not all of it had been taken by those two guys. It turned into a big story, headlines in the local paper, then the city paper. Decades-old mine mystery solved. Stolen gold recovered. They identified Jonas Bell through old dental records, compared with what was left. He finally got a proper burial. The investigation into who killed him and stole the gold back in '77 was revived, though it was a cold case, a very cold one. And a new investigation started into the two men I'd seen. They were still out there, with a piece of the treasure. Things quieted down for me after that. The dreams stopped. The weird happenings in my house ceased. Jonas Bell was at peace, and somehow, that brought a little peace to me too. I still worked at Carver Tool and Steel, still drove home tired every night. But I don't take Hemlock Road anymore. I go the long way around now. And sometimes, late at night, when I'm alone on some dark stretch of highway, I still find myself glancing in the rearview mirror. Just for a second. Just in case. You never know what you might find out there in the dark, or what unfinished business is waiting for a helping hand. No, you really never do. Some nights, that dream was so real I could almost taste the dirt in my mouth. It always started the same way. I'd be lying there, flat on my back, in this shallow hole in the ground. The earth was packed tight around me, cold and damp, pressing against my skin. Just a thin layer of dirt covered me, not enough to hide my face, but enough to make me feel like I was already part of the ground. My mouth would be open, like I was in the middle of a scream that got stuck in my throat, a scream with no air to push it out. Above me, the moon would be hanging in the sky, a pale, watchful eye. Its light filtered down through these creepy, twisted trees, making long, dancing shadows that looked like bony fingers reaching for me. I'd try to move my own fingers and they'd twitch a little, like they remembered what it was like to dig, to scratch, to try and pull myself free. But I couldn't. I was stuck. And then I'd see them. Two shapes, standing at the edge of the grave, looking down. They were always blurry, like looking at someone through a fogged-up window. I could never make out their faces, just their dark outlines against the moonlight. That was always when the dream ended, right before they did whatever they were going to do next. I'd wake up gasping, like I'd just run a race, my heart pounding like a drum against my ribs. My t-shirt would be soaked with sweat, sticking to my back, and the sheets on my bed would be all twisted up and damp, like I'd been wrestling with something in my sleep. It was a terrible way to start the day, or rather, to be jolted out of the night. My name is Ethan Vale. I'm 26 years old and I was adopted when I was just a little kid, around 4, I think. I never really asked a whole lot about it. My adoptive parents, Martha and Saul, they were good people, I guess. Quiet mostly. They lived a simple life out in the country, in this big old farmhouse that creaked and groaned with every gust of wind. It was right near these dense woods, the kind that looked dark even in the middle of the day. Martha and Saul, they weren't the hugging type, you know? Not big on showing affection, but they never laid a hand on me in anger, never hurt me. They gave me food, a roof over my head, clothes to wear. That should have been enough, right? Most kids would probably be thankful for that. And I really was, but lately something just didn't feel right. It was like a tiny pebble in my shoe, something small you try to ignore, but it just keeps rubbing, making you more and more uncomfortable. It started small, little things. I'd be sitting in the living room reading a book, and I'd get this feeling like someone was watching me. I'd look up, and there'd be no one there. Just the old grandfather clock ticking in the hall, each tick echoing in the quiet house. Then the noises began. Faint sounds like whispers, but so soft I couldn't ever make out the words. They seemed to come from inside the walls, especially down near the basement door. Sometimes I'd hear what sounded like scratching, like a mouse trapped somewhere, but deeper, more insistent. I told myself it was just the old house settling, or maybe rats. We lived in the country after all. Rats were pretty normal. But the dirt, that was the weirdest part. I started waking up with dirt under my fingernails. Not just a little bit, but packed in there. Like I'd been digging in the garden in my sleep. My bed sheets, too. Sometimes there'd be smears of dark, damp earth on them, little clumps even. It was gross, and I couldn't figure out where it was coming from. I asked Martha about it one morning. "Hey, Martha," I said, trying to sound casual. "Did you happen to change my sheets last night after I went to bed?" She was at the sink, washing dishes, her back to me. She didn't even turn around, just kept scrubbing, that slow, methodical way she had. "No, Ethan," she said, her voice flat. "Must have been one of your rowdy dreams again. You always were a restless sleeper." She smiled then, a small, tight smile that didn't quite reach her eyes, and it made a shiver run down my spine. It wasn't a mean smile, just empty. Then the voice started. It wasn't like the whispers in the walls. This was clearer, closer. It only ever came when the lights were out, when I was lying in bed, drifting off to sleep. And the scariest part? It sounded like me. My own voice, but different. It was muffled, like someone talking with a hand over their mouth, or like they were trying to speak through a thick layer of something, like soil. "They're burying you again, Ethan," it would whisper, right as I was about to fall asleep. "Don't let them." I'd snap awake, my heart hammering, and scramble to turn on the lamp. The room would be empty, of course, silent. Just me and the shadows dancing on the wall from the old oak tree outside my window. I started to think I was losing my mind. Maybe all those years of quiet farm life had finally made me crack. It was the night before my 27th birthday. I never made a big deal about birthdays. Martha and Saul usually just made a slightly nicer dinner, maybe a cake if Martha was feeling up to it. No parties, no presents really, not since I was a little kid. It was just another day mostly. That evening, I was up in the attic, looking for an old photo album. Martha had mentioned wanting to see a picture of her grandmother, and I figured it was probably tucked away up there. The attic was creepy. Low ceilings, cobwebs everywhere, and that smell of dust and old things. I was rummaging through a pile of boxes when I saw it. A small rusted tin box, the kind people used to keep cookies in. It was hidden behind some loose insulation, almost like someone had forgotten it was there, or maybe hoped it would stay forgotten. Curiosity got the better of me. I pulled it out, blew off a thick layer of dust, and pried open the lid. Inside, there wasn't much. A few dried flowers, a tiny baby shoe, and a folded piece of paper. It was a birth certificate. My birth certificate, or at least, it had my birthday on it. But the name was different. It had been scratched out with thick black ink, but I could still faintly see the letters underneath. And then, taped over the scratched-out name, in neat block letters, was Ethan Vale. My stomach dropped. This wasn't right. Underneath that, there was an old photograph, faded and creased. It showed a young couple smiling, looking so happy. They were holding a baby, a tiny little thing, wrapped in a white blanket. I stared at the baby's face. Even that young, I could see it. My eyes. They were my eyes. These people. They had to be my real parents. A wave of confusion and anger washed over me. Martha and Saul had always told me they didn't have any of my adoption records. They said there was a fire at the agency or something like that, and everything was lost. They were always so vague about it, brushing off my questions whenever I brought it up as a kid. "The past is the past, Ethan," Saul would say in his gruff voice. "No, use dwelling on it." They had lied. All these years they had lied. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about that birth certificate, that photo. Who were those people? Why was my name changed? What really happened to them? My mind was racing, 1,000 questions with no answers. And then I had the dream again. Only this time it wasn't a dream. I knew it wasn't. I was awake, fully awake. I could feel the cold, damp earth pressing against my back, my arms, my legs. It was heavy, suffocating. I could smell the musty, earthy scent, so strong it made my nostrils flare. I tried to move, but I was pinned down. Then I heard the chanting. It was low, a rumbling sound. Martha's voice, shaky and thin, but clear. And Saul's, deeper, rougher, joining in. They were saying words I didn't understand, strange, ancient-sounding words that made the air around me feel thick and heavy. A light flickered above me. I managed to force my eyes open, just a slit, and I saw them. Not the blurry dream shadows, not some fuzzy vision. It was them, Martha and Saul, standing right there over the shallow grave I was lying in real time. A rusty old lantern sat on the ground beside them, casting long, flickering shadows that made their faces look like grotesque masks. Saul held a shovel in his hands, its metal edge glinting in the lantern light. Martha clutched an old, blackened book to her chest, its pages filled with spidery writing and weird symbols. They were looking down at me, their expressions grim, almost sorrowful. No, that wasn't right. It was something colder, resigned, like this was just something they had to do. My heart felt like it was going to explode. This wasn't a nightmare. This was real. They were really doing this. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. Just a dry, rasping croak. My body wouldn't obey me. It was like I was paralyzed, trapped inside myself, watching this horror unfold. The last thing I saw before my eyes fluttered shut was Saul raising the shovel, its dark shape blocking out the pale moonlight. Then nothing. I woke up in my bed, or at least I thought I did. Sunlight was streaming through the window, birds were chirping outside. It felt like morning. My head was pounding, and my body ached all over, like I'd been hit by a truck. For a second, I almost convinced myself it had been a dream, a really, really bad one. But then I looked at my hands. Dirt, caked under my fingernails, ground into the creases of my skin. I threw back the covers, the sheets. They weren't just smeared with mud, they were stiff with it, like they'd been soaked in muddy water and left to dry. My legs felt like lead, heavy and sore, the muscles screaming as if I'd been digging for hours. I looked at my arms. They were covered in scratches, long red welts, some of them already starting to scab over. Panic set in, cold and sharp. I scrambled out of bed, my legs shaky. I had to know. I had to see. I stumbled out of my room, through the quiet house. Martha and Saul were nowhere to be seen. The kitchen was empty, breakfast dishes still on the table. I didn't stop. I ran out the back door, into the yard. Everything looked normal. The sun was shining, the grass was dewy. Peaceful, too peaceful. My eyes scanned the yard, searching for anything out of place. And then I saw it. Just past the old rickety doghouse where we used to keep Buster, our old beagle who died years ago. A fresh mound of dirt. Not a big one, but definitely new. The earth was darker there, still damp, and it had been poorly covered, like someone had done it in a hurry. Little shreds of cloth poked through the soil. Blue cloth. My pajama sleeve. My breath hitched. No, it couldn't be. I dropped to my knees, my hands shaking so badly I could barely control them. I started clawing at the earth, not caring about the dirt, the rocks, the worms. I dug like a wild animal, desperation fueling my movements. My fingers hit something hard. Wood. With a surge of adrenaline, I pulled at it. It was an old plank, splintered and rough, crudely nailed to something else. I managed to wrench it free. It was heavy, damp. I turned it over, and there, on the underside, carved in jagged, uneven letters, was my name. Ethan. My blood ran cold. I stared at it, the letters seeming to burn into my eyes. It was real. It had all been real. The grave, the chanting, them. They had buried me, or tried to, or something. I didn't know what to do. I just sat there, kneeling in the dirt, holding that horrible piece of wood, my mind a blank, screaming void. I had to confront them. I couldn't just let this go. I stormed back into the house, the wooden plank still clutched in my hand like a weapon. I found them in the living room, Martha knitting quietly in her rocking chair, Saul reading the newspaper just like any other morning, like nothing had happened. The sight of their calmness, their utter normality, made something snap inside me. "What is this?" I yelled, my voice raw, shaking. I threw the plank onto the coffee table between them. It landed with a loud thud, scattering Saul's newspaper. "What did you do to me last night?" Saul slowly lowered his paper, his face unreadable. Martha stopped knitting, her needles clicking to a halt. She looked at the plank, then at me, her expression oddly serene. They didn't deny it. They didn't even look surprised. Martha was the first to speak, her voice soft, almost gentle, which somehow made it even more terrifying. "It's the only way, Ethan," she said, her eyes meeting mine, a strange pity in them. "The only way to keep you here, with us." "Keep me here," I choked out. "What are you talking about? You tried to bury me alive." Then Saul added something, his voice low and gravelly, words that burrowed into my brain and refused to leave. "You weren't supposed to live past 7, Ethan." He paused, his gaze heavy. "The ritual failed back then, or maybe it didn't quite take. You're still unfinished." Unfinished? Ritual? My mind reeled. What were they saying? It sounded like something out of a crazy horror movie, not my life, not my quiet, simple parents. "I don't understand," I whispered, sinking onto the edge of the sofa, the fight suddenly draining out of me, replaced by a chilling dread. Martha sighed, a little weary sound. "It's complicated, dear. Things you wouldn't understand." "Try me," I said, a new wave of anger, mixed with fear, rising up. "You owe me that much." But they wouldn't say more. They just clammed up, retreating into that wall of silence they were so good at building. I knew I wouldn't get anything else out of them. Not then. That night, after they were asleep, or I assumed they were, I had to know more. That word Saul used. Ritual. It echoed in my mind. And the basement, the whispers I'd heard, the locked door they always kept bolted. I'd never been allowed down there, not once in all the years I'd lived in that house. "It's just for storage, Ethan," Martha would say. "Full of spiders and damp, nothing you'd want to see." I found the key. It was hidden in Martha's sewing basket, tucked under a pile of yarn. My hands were sweating as I crept down the hallway, the old floorboards creaking under my weight with every step. The basement door was at the end of the hall, a heavy oak thing with a big, rusty bolt. The key slid into the lock with a grating sound that seemed deafening in the silence of the night. I turned it, and the tumblers clicked. I pulled the bolt back, took a deep breath, and opened the door. A wave of smell hit me first, rolling up the stairs like a physical thing. It was musty, like old, damp earth. But there was something else, too. A cloying sweetness, like burnt sugar or incense, mixed with a sharp metallic tang that burned my nostrils, something that reminded me of old blood. I fumbled for the light switch, my fingers finding a bare bulb hanging from a cord. I pulled it. The weak yellow light flickered on, casting eerie shadows across the cramped, dirt-floored space. My eyes widened. This wasn't just storage. There were shelves lining one wall filled with dusty jars containing things. I stepped closer, my heart pounding. Bones. Small animal bones mostly, but some looked bigger. Unsettlingly familiar in shape. There were bundles of dried herbs hanging from the ceiling rafters, strange symbols painted on the stone walls in what looked like dark red paint. On a rickety wooden table in the center of the room, there were more strange objects. Candles melted down into grotesque shapes, a tarnished silver bowl, and photos. Photos of me, dozens of them, taken while I was asleep. My face, pale and still in the moonlight, my eyes closed. A cold dread washed over me. How long had they been doing this? Watching me? And then I saw it, on the floor, in the middle of the room. A giant, complex symbol, drawn in what looked like ash and chalk. It was a circle, with intricate patterns and lines radiating from it, symbols I didn't recognize but that made my skin crawl. It matched the design on the cover of that black book Martha had been holding in the woods, the one I'd seen when they were over me. I didn't know what it all meant, not exactly, but a horrible understanding started to dawn on me. The whispers in the walls, the dirt, the voice that sounded like mine, the ritual Saul mentioned. It was all connected. I backed away, stumbling towards the stairs, my mind screaming. They weren't just my quiet, simple adoptive parents. They were something else, something twisted, something that would bury their own son, or whatever I was to them, in the backyard. I remembered a word I'd read once, in some old book about folklore I'd found in the library. Necrobinding, an ancient dark ritual, a way to tie a soul to the living world, to keep it from moving on, by burying pieces of the person or things connected to them while they were still alive, or half alive. You weren't supposed to live past 7, Saul had said. You're still unfinished. They hadn't just adopted me. They had been doing this to me in some way my whole life, keeping me tethered, incomplete, half dead. The realization hit me like a physical blow, knocking the air from my lungs. I had to get out. I had to get away from them, from this house of horrors. I tried to run. As soon as I got back to my room, my hands shaking, I grabbed my wallet, my keys, the few clothes I could stuff into a backpack. My truck. I just needed to get to my truck and drive. Drive until I ran out of gas, and then keep running. I crept out of the house, the moon my only guide. The truck was parked in the old barn. I fumbled with the door, my heart hammering against my ribs. I slid into the driver's seat, jammed the key into the ignition, and turned. Nothing. Just a sick, clicking sound. I tried again. Panic clawed at my throat. I popped the hood. Even in the dim moonlight I could see it. The engine. It had been gutted. Wires were cut, components missing. They knew I'd try to leave. Tears of frustration and fear stung my eyes. I couldn't drive away. My only option was to run. Through the woods. It was my only chance. The nearest neighbor, old Mr. Henderson, lived about a mile away, through that dark, dense forest. It felt like 100 miles right then. I slammed the truck door and bolted, plunging into the trees. Branches whipped at my face, roots tried to trip me. I could hear my own ragged breathing, the pounding of my feet on the forest floor. The phone. I had my phone. I pulled it out, trying to dial 911, but my fingers were clumsy, shaking too much. And then I saw it. No signal. Of course. We were too far out. I pushed on, deeper into the woods, the darkness pressing in around me. And then I stumbled into a small clearing. Martha was standing there, waiting. She held the old lantern, its flickering light casting long, dancing shadows, making her face look gaunt and skull-like. Her eyes seemed to glow in the darkness. "You can't leave, Ethan," she said, her voice surprisingly calm, but with an edge of something cold and hard. "You leave, you'll rot away. Your soul's still in the earth here, tied to this place, tied to us." "You're crazy," I yelled, backing away. "You're both crazy." That's when Saul came out of the shadows. He was bigger than me, stronger. He tackled me from the side, sending us both tumbling to the ground. We wrestled near the edge of the creek that ran through our property, slipping in the mud and wet leaves. He was grunting, his breath hot on my face. I could smell the damp earth on him, the same smell that had been on my sheets. I don't remember all of it clearly. It was a blur of fear and desperate struggle. I remember kicking, punching, trying to get away. I saw the black book, the ritual book, lying on the ground near us. It must have fallen when he tackled me. In a moment of wild desperation, I grabbed it. It was heavy, its cover feeling cold and greasy. I swung it with all my might, slamming it against the side of Saul's head. He grunted, a sharp cry of pain, and his grip loosened for just a second. It was enough. I scrambled free, leaving him dazed on the muddy bank. I didn't look back. I just ran. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like they were going to give out. I burst out of the woods and onto the road, half naked, covered in mud and blood, some of it mine, some of it probably Saul's. I didn't stop until I reached Mr. Henderson's porch, banging on his door, screaming for help. He was an old man, lived alone. He looked terrified when he saw me, but he let me in and called the cops. The police came. They listened to my wild, rambling story. I must have sounded insane, babbling about graves and rituals and my parents trying to bury me. But they went to the farmhouse. They took me with them, back to that place. Martha and Saul were there. They didn't resist. They were quiet, just like always. Their faces were blank. The cops started searching the backyard, and they found it, the fresh mound of dirt, the one with my name on the plank. But that wasn't all. They kept digging, and they found more. 5 graves, 5 shallow graves, scattered around the backyard, hidden under bushes and patches of overgrown weeds. Only one of them had my name on it. The others, they were just holes in the ground, some with rotting bits of wood but no names, no markers. Martha and Saul were arrested, of course. They were taken away in a police car. They still refused to speak. Not a word about the other graves, or what they'd been doing. Nothing. The bodies, or whatever was in those other graves, were never identified. The police said they were old, too decomposed. There were no records, no missing persons reports from the area that matched. It was a mystery, a horrible, sickening mystery. I was taken to a hospital. Doctors examined me. They cleaned my cuts, checked for broken bones. They couldn't explain the dirt I kept coughing up, the way it felt like it was still in my lungs. They couldn't explain the missing hours, the gaps in my memory from that night. Psychiatrists talked to me, gentle voices asking gentle questions. They said it was trauma, stress, dissociation, understandable, given what I'd been through. They gave me pills to help me sleep, pills to calm me down. But the dreams didn't stop. The dream of the shallow grave, the dirt, the shadowy figures. It still came, night after night. And then, the strangest thing started to happen, something the doctors couldn't explain away with trauma or stress. I started to fade. It sounds crazy, I know, but it was real. My reflection in the mirror would sometimes seem thinner, more transparent, like I was becoming a ghost. My fingerprints, when they took them at the police station for elimination purposes, they were faint, hard to scan. The officer had to try 3 times. My voice, too. Sometimes, when I'd talk, it would sound distant, like it was coming from far away. I tried recording myself on my phone, and sometimes my voice just wouldn't register. Or it would be there, but so faint, like a whisper from another room. One morning I looked in the mirror, and I blinked, and then, a split second later, my reflection blinked, like it was lagging behind. The doctors kept saying it was psychological. The mind is a powerful thing, they said. It can create physical symptoms, but I knew better. I knew this wasn't just in my head. Martha's words echoed in my mind. You leave. You'll rot away, Ethan. Your soul's still in the earth here. Saul's words, too. You're still unfinished. A part of me, a vital part of me, was still back there, in that yard, in that cursed ground, tied to that ritual, tied to that name carved on a piece of wood. I knew what I had to do. I couldn't live like this, fading away, half a person, haunted by what they'd done. The police had sealed off the farmhouse, of course. It was a crime scene, condemned, but I had to go back, alone. A few weeks later, under the cover of a moonless night, I went back. I parked my borrowed car down the road and walked the rest of the way, slipping through the trees like a ghost. The yellow police tape was still up, flapping in the breeze, a stark warning. I ignored it. The house was dark, silent, more imposing and sinister than I remembered. The air felt heavy, charged. I didn't go inside. My business was in the backyard. I had brought a shovel and a can of gasoline. I started digging, right where they had found that grave with my name on it. The earth was still loose, easy to turn. It felt different this time. I wasn't digging in panic or fear. I was digging with a grim determination, a cold resolve. I had to finish this. I had to reclaim what was mine. I dug all night, the only sounds my own ragged breathing and the rhythmic scrape of the shovel against the dirt and rocks. Sweat poured down my face. My muscles screamed in protest, but I didn't stop. And then, I hit it. Not just a plank this time. A box, a crude wooden coffin. Small, too small for a grown man, but big enough for something. My heart hammered against my ribs. With trembling hands, I cleared the last of the dirt away and pried at the lid. It was nailed shut, but the wood was old and rotten in places. It splintered and creaked, and then, with a final groan, it gave way. I shone my flashlight inside, and I saw me, or what looked like me, but not me as I was now. It was like a shell, a waxy dried-out version of myself. Smaller, shrunken, like a molted snakeskin. Its eyes were closed, its skin like old parchment, stretched tight over bone. It was wearing clothes I vaguely remembered from when I was a very little kid. Around its neck was a small, tarnished locket. The locket from the tin box, the one with the picture of the smiling couple, my real parents. It was horrifying, and yet, I wasn't scared. Not anymore. I understood. This was what they had bound. This was the piece of me they had tried to keep buried, the part of my soul they had tethered to this place. This was the unfinished part. I carefully lifted the waxy figure out of the coffin. It was lighter than I expected. Fragile. I carried it, along with the coffin itself, and that horrible black ritual book I'd found discarded near the creek after my fight with Saul, to a clear spot in the yard. I doused it all with gasoline. The figure, the coffin, the book, everything. Then I struck a match. The flames leaped up with a whoosh, bright and angry in the darkness, consuming the wood, the pages, the waxy effigy of myself. I stood there, watching it burn, the heat washing over my face. The smell of gasoline and burning wood filled the air, but underneath it, I thought I could smell something else, something releasing, something letting go. I stood over the ashes until the fire died down, until there was nothing left but glowing embers and smoke rising into the pre-dawn sky. And for the first time in years, maybe for the first time in my entire life, I felt whole, truly whole. The feeling of being faded, of being disconnected, it was gone. I could feel the ground solid beneath my feet. I could feel the air in my lungs, clean and sharp. I haven't had the dream since that night, the dream of the shallow grave. It's gone. I left that place before the sun came up, and I never looked back. I moved far away, started a new life, tried to put it all behind me. Martha and Saul, they're locked away. They'll never hurt anyone again. The other graves, they remain a mystery, a dark secret that house will keep forever. But some nights, even now, when I close my eyes, when I'm right on the edge of sleep, I still smell the dirt, just for a second. A faint, earthy scent, a whisper from the past. And I know a part of me will always remember what it feels like to be buried.